Ollie, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. All right, starting off with roll call. Dahlia Gerson. Present. Butler's here. Senator Lankarani.
Present.
Senator Iden.
Present.
Senator Lala.
Present.
Senator Kadal.
Present.
Senator Suk.
Present.
Senator Corlew.
Present.
Senator Korsandi. Present. Senator Shaw.
Present.
Senator McClintock.
Present.
Senator Martinez. Present. Senator Fox.
Present.
Senator Brinderson.
Present.
Senator Wahidullah.
Present.
Senator Amin. Present. Senator Siddiqui.
Present.
Senator El Khatib.
Present.
Senator Ganesh. Senator Singh. Senator Ola Olatai. Senator Malhese.
Here.
Senator Chaudhry.
Present.
Senator Dolly. Senator Valenzuela. All right, moving into excused absences. The floor is open. We'll be accepting any motions at this time. Senator Iden.
Actually, I yield.
Senator Suk.
Motion to excuse Senator Ganesh until 8 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Ganesh till 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Is there a second? Senator Malhese.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Malhese. We're now in discussion. Senator Bridgerton,
Call the question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Wahidullah,
Motion to excuse Senator Valenzuela for the entirety of the meeting.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Valenzuela for the entirety of the meeting. Is there a second? Senator Kadal,
Second.
seconded by Senator Kadal. We're now in discussion. Senator Iden,
Call the question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion's passed. Still in,
Point of information, who is the
Yes.
second on the motion?
Kadal,
Yeah,
yeah.
second.
Senator Malhese,
Motion to excuse Senator Dolly until 8:30 p.m.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Dolly until 8:30?
Yeah.
8:30 p.m. Is there a second? Senator Brinderson? Seconded by Senator Brinderson. You're now in discussion. Senator Chaudhry,
Call to questions.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Chaudhry, since you're on the corner, instead of raising it that way, can you raise it just up in the air this time? Thank you. Still in, we're actually in. Senator Peterson,
Motion to excuse Senator Martinez, after 9:50.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Martinez, after 9:15 p.m. Is there a second? Senator Kadal?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kadal. We are now in discussion. Senator Lala?
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. Still in excused absences, Senator Brinderson.
Motion to excuse Senator Lankarani after 9:15.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lankarani after 9:15 p.m. Is there a second? Senator Wahidullah.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wahidullah. We are now in discussion. Senator Suk.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passed. All right.
Point of order, Chair. Just
Yeah.
really quickly, just so the agenda is amended, Senator Dolly was excused till 8:30, not 8.
Okay. Did that be? Thank you.
And just need to remind us who was the first and second on that motion.
It should be.
It's just the time was incorrect. Any other motions for excused absences? Okay, moving into acceptances of proxies. Senator Kadal,
Motion to accept Aryan Gandecha for Senator as a proxy for Senator Dan Siddiqui.
there's been a motion to accept Ariane Ganesh, Ganecha. As proxy for Senator Dan Siddiqui. Is there a second? Senator Suk, seconded by Senator Suk. We're now in discussion. Senator Malhese.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Any other, no, I think that's everything. Okay, moving into external reports, is there anyone in the audience, as a chancellor's representative, UCPD representative, GSA representative, University Center Governance Board representative, or the IBCSD representative present with us today? Seeing none, I'll be moving us into public forum today. All right, first on the list for public forum, we have Lillian, Jenny, Aaron, and Samuel. Hey, y'all, yeah, I would appreciate y'all to stand, just so we know like who you are, but yeah, just like,
Stand.
yeah, wherever you feel comfortable. I'm gonna name the speaking agreements really briefly for you all. And then, you'll be able to start. So you have 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to speak, with 2 minutes for Q and A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of the senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in 3 strikes, and you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may come up once and you may choose to not answer questions. Sounds good? All right, thank you guys so much. Do we have timer? But feel free, like if you need more time, the senators can extend your speaking time as well. Don't feel like this is strenuous or anything like that. Ready?
Hi, everybody. My name is Lillian Mukhertumian. My pronouns are she, her, and my name is pronounced Lillian, and then my last name Mukhertumian. Just like that. Okay, so as I said, good evening, everybody. My name is Lillian Mukhertumian, and I'm the founder and president of the Armenian Pre-Law Society at UC Santa Barbara and the vice president of UCSB's Armenian Student Association. I stand here today alongside many Armenian students on this campus, and I'm here to represent not only Armenians, but every ethnic minority in this world that has faced institutionalized ignorance and the deliberate suppression of our voices throughout periods of systematic injustice and oppression. 8 days from today marks the 110 years since the 1915 Armenian genocide. Many individuals, in fact, perhaps maybe some of you in this room, are unaware of this forgotten chapter in history. This is no coincidence. Rather, it is a manufactured and constructed manifestation of decades-long efforts of ignorance and suppressive measures instilled into societies on a global scale by legal institutions, university campuses, and governments. I could stand here today and give a thorough and explicit history of the Armenian genocide. However, my goal is not to condemn any group of people or any nation. Instead, I'm here to take a stand for truth, remembrance, and recognition. I'm here to speak out against the silencing of our voices by amplifying mine in an educational institution that is yet to honor its growing Armenian community. As Armenians, we have maintained and reinforced a strong sense of cultural unity, strength, and perseverance, despite all and any attempts at denial and suppression. That is why we are here today as UCSB students, to reject cycles of denial and ignorance that have long tried to erase our histories. Instead, we strive to build a campus culture rooted in awareness, inclusivity, and justice. The first step we seek to achieve is recognizing April 24th as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day at UCSB. It is important to follow in the footsteps of all the UCs, such as UCLA, UC Irvine, UC San Diego, and UC Berkeley, that all honor and recognize the Armenian genocide. Taking this initiative is a moral imperative that will honor Armenians and the resilience of our communities, while educating future generations to ensure that history does not repeat itself. This is also a symbolic commitment to all marginalized communities, that their histories too will be seen, heard, valued, and remembered. Likewise, designating April as Armenian Heritage Month from here on out will allow for a celebration of identity, culture, and perseverance. This is immensely important as it offers Armenian students a space to share our rich traditions, stories, music, and most importantly, our voices. It affirms that this university welcomes each and every one of us and that we have a space of belonging on campus. It exemplifies the truth of our roots, that our roots are not only in the past, but growing strong in the present.
Sorry to interrupt really quickly. Senator John,
I want to allocate 10 more minutes to the speakers.
there's been a motion to allocate 10 more minutes to the speaker's time. There's second. Senator Kadah,
Second.
seconded by Senator Kadah. We're now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah.
Question?
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, you have 10 more minutes.
Okay, therefore, tonight I ask each and every one of you, as strong and influential representatives at this university, to take part in the making of history at the University of California, Santa Barbara, to affirm that this university stands on the side of truth, justice, and remembrance, and to stand with us, not only in the memory of the 1.5 million Armenians who suffered a systematic annihilation, but also in honor of the generations who carry their voices and stories forward. By implementing this proposed legislation, UCSB will take a powerful and meaningful step toward healing the wounds of our past, wounds that remain open 110 years later. I will conclude this evening by acknowledging that the very Armenian students who stand in this room, including myself, are here because of one reason: the might, perseverance, and resilience of our ancestors, who stood up against the forces that tried to erase us and continue to silence our voices. We stand here today as living proof of their survival, and our growing community on this campus depends on individuals like all of you to provide the tools and recognition that we need to continue amplifying our voices and honoring our nation and its forgotten history. UC Santa Barbara has a choice: to turn a blind eye to injustice or to become a university that champions inclusivity, remembrance, and truth. Thank you for your time and compassion.
Hi, I'm Jenny Stepanian. My pronouns are she, her, and to pronounce my name is just Jenny and then Stepanian, just like that. I wanted to give a little background about the Armenian genocide because I know not everybody knows what it is. So the Armenian genocide was a brutal and systematic campaign of mass murder carried out by the Ottoman Empire between 1915 and 1923, resulting in the deaths of approximately 1.5 million Armenians, in addition to Greeks, Assyrians, Kurds, members of the LGBTQ community, and much more. The Armenian population was subjected to horrific violence. Men were executed en masse. Women and children were forced on death marches through the desert without food or water, and entire villages were burned or emptied. This was not a byproduct of war, but a deliberate attempt to erase an entire people. The cruelty was so staggering that it would later inspire Adolf Hitler, who, while planning the Holocaust, chillingly justified his actions by saying, "Who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" This quote highlights not only the genocide's impact, but the global silence that followed, a silence that would embolden future atrocities. In recent years, significant strides have been made to acknowledge and remember this atrocity. In 2021, President Joe Biden became the first U.S. president to formally recognize the Armenian genocide, stating the American people honor all those Armenians who perished in the genocide that began 106 years ago today. This acknowledgement marked a pivotal moment in U.S. foreign policy and human rights advocacy. Within the University of California system, as Lily has mentioned, several campuses have taken steps to recognize and educate about the Armenian genocide. UCLA, USC, UC Irvine, and UC Berkeley have hosted events and discussions to commemorate the genocide and reflect on its implications. However, there is a noticeable absence of formal recognition or dedicated programs at the institutional level. Given the actions taken by other UC campuses and the federal government's acknowledgement, it is imperative for UCSB to also formally recognize the Armenian genocide. Doing so would honor the memory of the victims, support the Armenian community, and reaffirm the university's commitment to human rights and historical truth.
In terms of the speeches,
Will you be taking questions?
yes.
Yeah. Senators, do you have any questions? Senator Kasami?
I want to say thank you guys for coming to speak. Thank you for educating us and sharing your perspective. I'm Jewish, my ancestors went through the genocide themselves, and every year when we commemorate with Holocaust Remembrance Day, that's really, really important to me. So I totally hear you guys for wanting to have a day to commemorate like what your ancestors went through. I wanted to ask, have you guys spoken to admin, and if so, have you, or like school, like administration, and if so, have you received any pushback?
The only people at the school that I've contacted in regards to this was, first of all, I have just contacted you guys in the previous years, but other than that, I did send a letter to Chancellor Yang and his entire office, and I have received no answers regarding that, so. Yeah.
And also there have been other articles published, like since 2009, I was looking online, that said that they've also written to Chancellor Yang and administration and still have not gotten any answer, or have had pushback, so.
Senator Brinderson?
Yeah, thank you so much for coming, and bringing such a large voice with you. The Armenian genocide happened, and it was terrible, and it obviously inspired further genocides. And I think, in remembering genocides, we have to remember every single one. We can't forget the memory wholesome while pretending to remember others. But, I thank you so much for coming. I really don't know what capacity we have, just because of my own ignorance, but I very much appreciate your initiative, and I definitely agree with it. Getting into admin, yeah, very important. They're not responsive. That's kind of the way they work. But one issue that came up last meeting, I'm just gonna bring it up because it happened, you know, I don't agree with it, was the comment that a similar position or request was made last year, and when it was made, the Turkish Student Association came in and had very, explicit demands. I don't know the intricacies of it, but, and it seems like what you're asking is very reasonable. No blaming of students, no blaming of governments. But I think it's important. And I just want to know if you have had any interaction with the Turkish Student Association, if you have, how fruitful has that?
No, not really. I mean, of course, there's always gonna be, when there's like two sides to things, there's always gonna be like backlash and whatnot. And I know that that had occurred last year. That is why we made it a priority this year to make sure that we bring out like everybody in our association, in our group, to really be able to amplify our voices and not have them just silenced by others. And again, that's why we're also taking this approach. We want to ensure that we are not condemning or putting down any group of people nor any nation, because like the number one priority for us is just to, again, like what we're asking for is make April Armenian Heritage Month, you know? April 24th as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. We're just trying to honor us and our voices and our presence on campus without having to interfere with any other group, because that will inevitably lead to a lot more chaos.
Thank you so much for coming. Oh, sorry. You raised both of yours, guys' hands raised too? Oh, okay. Jeremy.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all for coming out. You guys all coming and showing a lot, and so I really, you know, spoke more impactful. I think the best way for you guys to move forward to make sure that this actually happens, sorry. I think the best way to make sure that this actually happens is email, send it at UCSU, you have an email. If you send an email and they're like, hey, we want to do this and make this happen, whoever is interested will reach out to you and we can push your legislation. So I think that's just how you guys are going to move forward, but you both spoke so well. And all of you guys coming here, let me know that you're so we appreciate it. Definitely.
Senator Carney?
So yeah, I also wanted to add, like, I would be, what? Okay, I would love to help work on this piece of legislation, so I can give you my email and it'd be great,
Yeah, that would be, thank you.
or any one
Yeah.
of us can add, I know. Huh, my email?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll write it down, I'll give it earlier, okay.
Or that Senate at, you Senate. AS.Senate@UCSB.edu has all of our emails on it too.
Perfect.
Senator Goodall?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to echo the same sentiments that were kind of spoken all around, while encouraging admin to go and, you know, honor these months, these atrocities. I think that it also would be very beneficial for the Senate to show their support. So I, again, would also like to offer myself up as a resource to do that. And like it was just mentioned, all our emails are there. I think I do have some contact with you, so I can reach out. And yeah, I know.
Senator Kadim?
Thank you guys so much for coming. You both spoke very well. The Armenian genocide is one that's really historically denied, and globally, there have been campaigns, done by various states that, an attempt to bury it. And I disagree with the idea of bringing up those states, in order to basically acknowledging a genocide is gonna ruffle some feathers, and I don't think that means that we shouldn't talk about it and that, you guys shouldn't be able to get your voices heard by the administration, by UCSB as a whole, and hopefully globally. And I also want to offer up my assistance in making any legislation in support of you guys. And I want to note that the only reason I knew about the Armenian genocide before college, coming to college, is because I had an Armenian history teacher in high school, and he made it a very, like, a point to teach about it. But other than that, I think that's kind of a rare experience. I don't think everybody gets that experience, so I was very lucky in that sense. And yeah, you guys have my full support.
Thank you so much. And then your whole board came too, right? So
Yeah.
thank you all for coming. Okay, thank you so much. Of course. Does anyone else want to speak? You both can come. Oh, can you put your name down?
Yeah.
Or you can take this over there, and then if anyone else has to speak, the sign up sheet at the podium. Feel free to add your name. Okay, you can bring it down.
Okay.
I can bring it back. Did you also want to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of the senator's intentions and ability is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you'll be removed from your ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it is on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once. And you may choose to not answer questions. Okay,
Yep.
whenever you're ready.
Okay, yeah, my name's Johnny, Ethan pronouns. Just here to share some updates with CalPERS. We had a really big win last week, with their Sable campaign, where we showed up at the Coastal Commission. And we got them to fine Sable. They actually upped their fine to $18 million for violating their cease and desist orders, which was really great. And it's also really important because Sable doesn't have a revenue stream right now, obviously because the pipeline isn't operating right now. So that's really good. They have finite money. That really came in our favor. Yeah. Also our polluters pay bill just got out of its committee vote and now it's moving to the floor where it's going to be voted on next session. So really excited about that. And for the uninitiated, this is just a bill that's going through the California Senate to make oil polluters pay into a climate fund, you know, so that California taxpayers don't have to offset the damage they cause. Yeah, we're also still running our forest campaign. We're going to be collecting public comments on that this week for people to protect our old growth forests in California. Another big thing that we're going to be doing this week is that CalPERS is actually deciding the statewide campaign, which is really cool. We're deciding between 3 big ones, which is a Save the Bees campaign, fast fashion campaign, and we're also thinking about making Stop Sable campaign statewide because it's pretty big. It was in the LA Times. So yeah. Okay.
Maybe take some questions?
Yeah.
Any questions? Senator Bridgerton?
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know this is not the first time you talked about Stop Sable, so thanks for following up and it's always nice to hear your updates. Last meeting you were saying something about, yeah, you were talking about this coastal commission meeting, and I think I read that the coastal commission had already kind of been in conflict with Sable, and then I think you mentioned something about Governor Newsom perhaps swinging that pendulum to the Sable side. I guess I'm just wondering how enforceable is this increased fine and how big is this win?
Yeah, so like the reason it's like even a big deal in the first place is because no one has ever violated a cease and desist order by the Coastal Commission. So that's why it's like a really big thing. This was like the first time they've like done a fine like this. Like how enforceable it is kind of questionable, which is unfortunate. Right now, our Attorney General has to enforce it, Rob Bonta, the California Attorney General. So we're hoping that works out. That's, yeah, did that answer your question? Yeah.
Senator Lala.
Thank you for coming. How exactly is the statewide campaign decided? And are you guys lobbying for the Sable one? Because I feel like that statewide attention would be pretty great.
Yeah, we, so like, yeah, we have been lobbying for the Sable campaign. You know, in the past 2 quarters and stuff. We, when it was, decided by the county board of supervisors, we set up meetings with, some of the county supervisors to make sure they vote our way.
Okay.
So that's some of the lobbying we've done. We also, got Salute Carbajal to make a sign-on letter with some of our California, congressmen, and some important California people. So we've done that. So yeah, that's kind of what we've done in terms of lobbying. But how we decide our statewide campaigns is CalPERC has a board, and it's made up of, board members from, you know, all the other, UCs. We have the chapter in every UC except for SED. And there's 5 people in each chapter, 5 board spots in each chapter, and basically everyone votes, in a statewide meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Aditi, Aditi, that's beautiful. Thank you. All right. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes, and you will be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it is on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. It may only come up once, and you may choose to not answer questions.
Hi, my name is Aditi. I'm the president of the UC Student Association. I go to UC Davis, so this is my like Santa Barbara campus visit. I visit each of the 9 undergrad UCs, and UCSA serves as the official representative of all 9 schools. So this is like my visit to see. I was gonna like speak a bit about how UCSA operates, our priorities, because I speak at every campus and Senate meeting. But basically our official charter is to advocate for the accessibility, affordability, and quality of a UC education. We're funded by $7 from each UC student. If you stay opted in, please stay opted in. We needed to fund our campaign, staff, student workers, and more. And how we started was we started as a UC student lobby. So there's like a council of presidents. They're an undergrad and graduate president at each of the 10, well, I guess each of the 9 UC campuses has an undergrad and grad president, and then the 10th, which is UCSF, has just a grad president. They all come together and make up this council of presidents. But basically in 1971, when Reagan was president, they determined that they were unable to like handle external affairs efficiently. So they delegated that responsibility to a UC student lobby, which then became UCSA. And now we're thankfully recognized officially by both the UC system-wide in each individual campus, as well as the state legislature, which is very helpful. And how we run is we have an external vice president at each office or each campus. Santa Barbara's is Monica, huge shout out. And there's a legislative director and an organizing director that also sits on our board as voting members. So that leads to like a large board, as well as we also have appointed officers. That's like a person who represents a specific topic and represents that system-wide. So we have a basic needs appointed officer, campus plan, et cetera. And that's sort of like how our board is formed. And then of course there's executive positions. So I ran for president and then I'm grateful for that. But for our campaigns, we have 5 standing campaigns. So there's a choir, which is our quality of education campaign that is a very wide breadth. It covers basic needs, healthcare, textbook affordability, everything. And then SEED is our.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Said it, would you guys like, Senator Graf?
Motion to extend the speaker's time by
8 minutes.
8 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 8 minutes. Senator Lala,
Second.
seconded by Senator Lala. We're now in discussion. Senator Maltese,
Call the question.
the question has been called. We're now in discussion. I'm sorry. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, please continue.
Thank you. So SEED is our environmental justice and indigenous justice campaign. Racial justice now is a racial justice campaign. UC We Vote civic engagement, and then Fund the UC is our tuition affordability campaign. And the goals are voted on by students every year. So system-wide, there's a conference in August. It's called the Student Organizing Summit. So everyone comes together and they vote on their goals that they want, like the association and board to work on. Thank you so much. Thank you. So for this year, Acquire, our campaign is an alternative to CalFresh because for specifically undocumented and international students because they don't qualify under the qualified immigrant clause of CalFresh. And how we're tackling that this year has been institutionally because there isn't room in the state budget due to the budget deficit and there's also a limit on the number of bills that each state rep can introduce. So due to those constraints, we've been navigating it by going on each sort of campus and finding an institutional pathway to offer that to students. And then UC We Vote, we're focused on voter education efforts post-elections because there's been a lot of stress in student communities. Before elections, UC We Vote, we were focused on increasing ballot boxes on each campus. For SEED, we're increasing direct access to chancellors for Native students, specifically by having Native student advisors to the chancellors. There's only currently 2 schools that have student representatives on those like Native advisory boards. It's usually just a staff advisor, so we're trying to get student rep there. Our racial justice campaign is really navigating free speech on campuses, specifically letting students know what their rights are, especially with the new enforcement and policies that were not passed. Like in the past, we're not enforced as strongly. And then Fund the UC, we're endorsing a piecemeal approach to Cal Grant equity due to state budget deficits. Because Cal Grant equity was a framework that passed in the state around 2 years ago, but due to the lack of budget, Cal Grant equity is like a framework which basically like increases access to Cal Grant for like students who are less traditional. So that looks like allowing students who took a gap after high school to access Cal Grant, or who take more than the traditional 4 years to still have access to scholarships. And those are just a few examples of what that equity framework looked like. But due to the budget, we're starting off with student parent advocacy first, because that was one of the components that was tackled in Cal Grant equity framework. And how that's looked has been introducing specific bills in the legislature. So we're sponsoring a good number of bills this session, and some of which are student parent focused bills, as well as working with state reps to see where we can get increased funding in a budgetary allocation as well. But apart from these built-in campaigns, we also have a bunch of other policy priorities. Due to that appointed officer program that I mentioned before, they tackle specific projects for a year-long period. And then me as president, I also have my own priorities. Some of the things that we've worked on have been free speech. As I guess that is the campaign goal, but specifically on my end, I've been working a lot with system-wide administration to really push back on policies that are very restrictive, and especially on the individual campus enforcement. Our external vice presidents have been huge on contacting or keeping in contact with the individual chancellors regarding those free speech policies and ensuring that the time, place, manner restrictions follow like the precedence of actually being able to have students speak. I know some campuses have huge restrictions on like where you can utilize noise, what buildings you can speak in front of. So we're really pushing back there. We've also done a lot of investigation into UC investments. So I've been in a lot of conversations with UC investments, we specifically have a more clear understanding of how system-wide investments work as well as the individual investing boards. There's only 4 campuses that do individual investing models due to their larger size. But most schools fall under the system-wide investing model. Santa Barbara is one that falls under system-wide. And a lot of our advocacy has been trying to see how we can utilize ethics and student perspectives in that investing model. Currently, there is 0 student perspective, and the only ethics that are utilized are no investments in private prisons and no investments, no, I guess there's 3, no investments in private prisons, none in tobacco, and none in fossil fuels. And these metrics are clearly defined by index funds that might not yield the true effect, but still they are the only ethics involvement and discussion in our current investments. So we're really trying to increase that, specifically with having weapons and war as parts of those ethics metrics. We also are really prioritizing undocumented student advocacy and international / mixed immigration students / permanent resident green card, all of those differing immigration status students who are at increased risk. And so that looks like calling for public condemnation of current administrative policies, as well as investing highly in the legal resources. There are system-wide legal resources that exist for students, but none that clearly tailor to the needs of international students or students with varying employment visas. So we're really trying to make sure that the UC is able to either contract lawyers in a way that offers the services to students in a pro bono way, where students aren't forced to bear the brunt of that financial burden, or and also to have that advertised widely to students, because a lot of students just do not even know if their visa status has been revoked. They're unable to get appointments with their international student representatives. So there's a huge need here. Black student success is also one of our priorities. So we specifically have an advocacy priority in the state budget regarding increasing advocacy for programs like UC Prime, but expanding them to pharmaceutical, vet, and dentistry schools. UC Prime is a program that helps retain a diverse range of students in specifically historically marginalized students, and help them stay in med school as well as like work back in their communities. And so this budgetary allocation is to kind of like expand that to other like realms of schools, such as like pharmaceutical, vet, and dentistry. And also regarding Black student success, we're really pushing back on any efforts that schools have been taking to sort of like delve into more race neutral territory. Police accountability is a huge emphasis. We're ensuring that police accountability boards are functional at each UC campus. Currently, how they operate is police accountability boards do have student representation, but the verdict that they come to is not enforceable. It kind of just goes back in a lot of cases to the police department and allows the police department to make a judgment based off what the students have found, which is not the best enforcement mechanism. So we're really pushing back to ensure that students have power there with the findings that they're able to find in these police accountability boards. We also have a lot of like bills that we've co-sponsored. Yes.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
Is there a motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes, Senator Lake Rodney?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lake Rodney, we're in discussion. Senator Lidula? On the question. Question has been called, Senator objective is called question.
Consent.
Seeing none.
Sorry, I will rush. Thank
Very
you.
good.
So we also, student housing is also a priority, so we're co-sponsoring several bills along with the Homes Coalition. That's like a group of students that works on housing legislation system-wide, and we have a student housing appointed officer that's sort of like very tied into the Homes Coalition. So we're sponsoring some state legislation, one of which is relevant to UCSB. I mean, I guess all of them are relevant because it's system-wide, but one of which is especially relevant because it's regarding coastal zones and ensuring that more student housing can be built because there's more stipulations if a school is near coastal zones. Labor organizing, we work closely with labor unions and help uplift their actions, as well as ensure that the UC is a equitable place to work, which it's not currently, but advocacy is definitely ongoing and needed. And disability justice is also one of our priorities. In past, I'd say 2 years ago, the UC received $19 million system-wide for disability services. And there's no clear understanding of how those dollars have been utilized. There's still huge wait times at every disability resource center. And advocates are still asking for more money. Centers on the ground are unaware of what funding they've received and how it's being dispersed. So we're asking for increased accountability system-wide there regarding that distribution of funding. Because 1 million of it is like state funding and the other 18 mil is, no quote me on those numbers, but there's like a small distribution that's state, larger distribution that's UCOP. So trying to get increased accountability there on how those dollars are being utilized. Oh, okay, something I wanted to flag. Upcoming lobby days, transfer student lobby day is happening on May 8th. So you can apply through Monica's office, the EVPSA office. So please apply. If you're a transfer student, you'll be taken to Sacramento on a free trip and you're able to advocate regarding like specific bills that we're sponsoring / are especially relevant for transfer students. An upcoming conference we have is our Hill Day conference. That's our federal advocacy conference. We go to DC and we are able to speak to federal legislators. Something of interest on the federal advocacy landscape that if UCSB is interested, y'all can do is to join the US Student Association. So that's been restarting. And it's been an effort that UCSA has been a part of. I know that you guys still have your USSA fund allocation, but USSA is actually restarting and there's several individual UC schools that have signed resolutions to be a part of it if that is of interest. Please do, and I can help get you the necessary materials to do that. But there is no monetary tie-in with any resolution being passed currently because the org is like in such baby steps. In 2017 it had dissolved, and so now the restarting effort is there and a charter has officially been passed. But in the future, probably the fund that's allocated to USSA would probably have to go to USSA is probably how it would work. But that is to be determined after the constitution of the org is passed. And upcoming applications, appointed officers, which were those like positions for system-wide topics that I had discussed, they open for the next year in May. So it's a year-long position and they're open from like May 1st to May 31st, I think. So you have the full month to apply. And if you're not graduating, please apply if you're really like passionate about a certain topic. It's a great opportunity to really like be able to talk to system-wide legislators, as well as like, it depends on what your project is. If it's like more state gov focused, you can like really take that legislative route, or you can also take that institutional route and really make system-wide change. Or you can mobilize students and go to each individual campus and work that way. So yeah, I think that's it for me. Follow us on Instagram for @UC Students. And we have such a slate house person right now. But yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Yes.
Senator Brenner's.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming. This is gonna be a little weird, but I think 2 summers ago, you were in the UC Sacramento program. I was also.
I recognize you, yes. I was like, I know you from somewhere.
Yeah. Anyways, I do have an actual question. But yeah, thank you so much for coming and bringing us up to date with the UCSA's activities. But regarding USSA, yeah, we've had that running for a while now, and it's become a little bit of an internal debate of what to do with it. And it's great to hear that it's coming back, because I really would like that to exist. And, we have all this backup funding that I'd love for them to have. But I guess I'm wondering I know it's like baby steps, but like how soon should we expect a new organization? And like, do they need, I'm sure they'll willingly take our money.
Yeah, so in terms of constitution for the organization. It should be created and passed by August is the hope. An interim charter is in place currently, but that charter does not discuss the individual financial contributions of the orgs involved. But currently there's like 5 states involved. It's us through UCSA, and even if you join or not join, we will still represent you, but you'll get an extra vote if you join as UCSD alone. But there's California, Washington, Oregon, Florida, and New York. So those are like officially joined, and in terms of UCs that have joined, UC Santa Cruz has passed their resolution. And none of the other UCs have officially passed it yet, from my understanding, but yeah, more details of the financial contributions will be clear after August.
Senator Mohit?
I didn't know, well, I kind of didn't really know this was a thing, so it's really cool this, see you like come and represent UCSA. It's really cool how like every UC is like making a contribution for that. That's just so cool. You mentioned that every UC funds $7. $7, is that correct, or $700?
Each student.
Each
So
student, oh.
each student regardless of their campus.
Okay, I
pays
was like very
$7.
confused. I was like, $63 is all they get.
Oh my God, no,
But that's what you guys do is really amazing. I did hear about like the USSA and how it's been like reformed the past few years, so that's really cool. And being hopefully being more like proactive in that would be like something of our interest. Thank you so much for coming here, presenting, and coming to all the UCs and presenting. That's like really commendable of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Proxy, Gandhicha,
Yeah,
did I pronounce it right?
no.
How do you pronounce it?
Gandecha,
Gandecha.
Yeah.
Gandecha,
yeah.
right.
This isn't really a question, I just think you're insanely based, like, I'm interested in you're working on, I was like, stuff that you're working on. Like, just specifically like the investment stuff, I think like the different things that you're going into is like just really important. And honestly, I was a little bit just curious about what the different positions are that you mentioned, just like the projects, like what different sectors, I know you briefly mentioned they all go into slightly different things, is it just a very lengthy process, if you like summarize a couple?
Yeah, like positions as in our appointed officers? Or,
The one that opens in May.
yes, those. So we have, I can pull up the list. So there's like 10 standings. So we have basic needs, campus climate, disability justice, student housing, Black student success, labor. I'm missing.
You can find the other four on the website.
Wait, I can like, let me look at, I have a group chat of everyone's names. Oh, transfer student, international student. And then there's like 2 that are floating, so like the exec board can like vote on 2 positions, so there's 2 that are this year that won't be continuing next year, but we have a UC SHIP AO that's like focused on the UC SHIP health insurance, and then we have a caucus and community AO that's focused on really ensuring our relationships with the SWANA community, undocumented students, indigenous students, and Black students are strong coalitions on each campus. And then we have our academic affairs. Yeah, I think I covered them all, not in right order, but let's take them.
Good, thank you, that's it.
Thank you so much for coming and representing.
Thank you so much. Thank you for extending your time.
Of course, always. Anyone else in the audience wanting to speak tonight? No? Okay. Let's get into it. I'm gonna move us into new business. Senator Duke, if that's okay with you, I know Senator Ganesh isn't here. We can move to, you sure? Okay, cool. Moving into a bill to amend the Zero Waste Committee's legal code. Senator Soup, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I got an email from Zero Waste Committee, and then I amended their code, and here it is. That's all I got.
Beautiful. Now in discussion, Senate. Anyone would like to comment or, yeah, Senator Goodall.
Our motion to table a bill to amend the Zero Waste Committee legal code for a week.
There's been a motion to table a bill to amend the Zero Waste Committee legal code for 1 week. Is there any second? Senator Brenderson?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Brenderson. We're now in discussion. Proxy Gunday.
Call question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passed. Okay. Okay, or proxy?
Is it okay if you call me like something easier? Like, is that
I can
okay
just call
with
you proxy if you want. I'm just wanting to
Yeah.
keep saying it so I can,
I think
get it
you
in
want
my
to
mind.
practicing.
It's just practicing. Okay, but I'll just call you proxy. Okay.
Sure.
Yes,
Is it okay if I motion something under the agenda?
yeah,
Motion to add a resolution to introduce a referendum for UCSB Department of Business and or Business PA/BS degree to new business.
right. There's been a motion to add, wait, so let's share it now. Or can I share it with you and you paste it on?
It's in the middle.
Oh,
Yeah, I was about to
Okay.
right now.
okay, we'll do that. There's been a motion to add a resolution to introduce a resolution, oh, no. To introduce a referendum for a UCSB Department of Business and or Business BA/BS degree. Is there a second? Senator Lincoln.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lincoln. We're now in discussion. Senator Gerson.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, the motion to add resolution is now added to the agenda. I'm gonna go to, well, actually, Senator Iden, whichever resolution you want to speak on first.
Sure. I was gonna just, if you're okay with it, just have them do the referendum first, because they've been waiting. I think there is an attached presentation as well, if you guys wouldn't mind getting that.
Yeah.
on the big screen, that'd be great.
Ollie, could you add the presentation on the resolution?
It was attached in the email chain,
Okay,
and I'm just yielding my time to the student sponsors.
okay. Hello,
Hi, guys.
I'll give it a second as we get the presentation pulled up. Oh, yeah, grab the mic. And Polly, I believe it's on the email chain. It was.
I found it. It's just taking me a second to pull up, but give me one more second.
Ready.
Hi, guys. I met many of you guys individually, but for those of you who I haven't met, my name is Neil Harder. I did get an opportunity to present something previously on behalf of the outreach committee, so not a completely strange face. However, this is my colleague here, Xander.
My name's Xander, he, him pronouns, first time here, so good to see everyone.
Yeah, so Xander and I are both here on behalf of a different matter today, specifically adding a UCSB business major. So what we're asking you guys to look into is the actual resolution to add the wording to a referendum. But before we actually go ahead and vote on such things, I was hoping to present this to you guys just so that when you guys are voting, you have an idea of kind of where my thinking is. And I suppose the main idea of this presentation is to address the feasibility of adding a business major to UCSB and or kind of just give you guys a comprehensive understanding of what I was at least envisioning. So that, you know, when you guys decide to vote yes or no on the wording for the referendum, you guys are voting with a little bit of confidence, I suppose. So if I'm not able to actually advance the slides, so whoever is able to advance the slides, perfect. Yeah, so obviously our goal is to get University of California, Santa Barbara to commit to implementing a business major within the next 3 to 5 years. The actual implementing of a business major in and of itself is a bit nuanced. It doesn't necessarily have to be a complete business major, but as you'll see, we'll get to that, the details of the situation, so please move forward. Cool, so the problem is that we offer economics and accounting. These majors do not effectively translate to a career in the fields that business majors seek, such as management, entrepreneurship, and product development. And then I included a few sources in regards to exactly what is offered by UCSB. And then also some kind of, like a website that has, that has the requirements and kind of like the actual reality of the job market once you're actually arrived there. And the idea behind presenting both pieces of information is to present to you guys the discrepancy. The most common fields that business majors go into are much more hands-on than the economics degree prepares one for. And therefore, UCSB encourages students who wish to pursue these fields to enroll in a degree that does not adequately prepare them for the future. The economics department is oversaturated as well, which is another problem, which is, obviously tied to the graduate issue here. Please move forward. Oh, wait, okay, so click one more time. Yeah, perfect. I don't know why it's doing that. So basically what I wanted to show you guys here is what an actual business major looks like. So this is the business program from UC Berkeley. As you can see in the red, those specifically are a group of courses that UCSB does not offer. And these courses right here are kind of what I'm hoping to address specifically. And when I say we need to add a business major, that's kind of intense wording. You don't necessarily need to add an entire major. What we need to do is add a group of courses that adequately prepare students for the field that they're going into. So I read an article that was published like 10 years ago, where the chair of the economics department here, Kelly Bedard, sorry, Kelly, if I'm saying your name wrong. She addressed the necessity behind a business major. And she agreed that the students at UCSB need to be prepared for a future in business, but she didn't agree with what I'm saying, which is, I don't think that the economics department does that job very well. And in her opinion, it does, but to prove her wrong, I have the actual business sheet right here. And so if you compare this sheet with the sheet that I included in the previous slides, you can see a clear discrepancy in what the economics department offers and what a business major actually needs. And that discrepancy proves Kelly Bedard wrong, for lack of better words. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the solution, the way that I look at it is we don't necessarily need to develop an entire department. I think the econ department does in fact, as Kelly will agree, have many courses that do coincide with what a business major would be taking. It's just not good enough yet. Therefore, what we need to do is hire a few additional professors, augment existing courses, add new courses, and then potentially add a major. Or once the courses once the econ degree is brought up to speed, maybe we can actually just change the name of the econ major to include a business major, and then start advertising that, publicly. Yeah, so step one of doing this would basically be comparing the courses at UCSB to those of Haas. Oh gosh, I spelled Haas wrong. There's 2 A's, guys, my bad. To those of identify the issues, the gaps, and comparing UCSB courses to those at Haas or another business school, but I figured UCSB and UC Berkeley were the best analogous description. And then step 2 would be to hire professors, train existing ones, and begin the class restructuring process. Step 3, very simply, is to change the name of the econ major, add a new business major, etc. Begin to advertise the new and improved major. Continue. The timeline, and in my opinion, but is definitely amendable, would look something along the lines of this. Basically, within the next year or so, after hopefully you guys pass a referendum and get student support behind this, actual documented student support that we can present to the administration, then we can go ahead and move forward with potentially on next year, September, when the school year begins,
actually getting the Senate involved in, you know, potentially the comparison process and or putting pressure on the administration, utilizing the outreach resources that we're gonna be hopefully employing with the referendum. And then I gave an amnesty period of about 3 years so that the university can get up to speed with what the students want. And then that's it. Move forward on that. Okay, do you guys have any questions? Oh, and by the way, I brought Xander. Another reason I brought Xander is because he's in the econs department and he can personally attest to how underperforming it is.
Wait, this is a great idea. I'm always having you in the business school here.
A lot of people say that.
Yeah.
No one wants to do it.
I know. Okay, obviously this is really new, but have you guys looked into like the technology and management program and like perhaps expanding that into a full business degree rather than just like a certificate?
Indeed, we have looked into it and Kelly and I, who have another meeting, I believe next week, both agree that the TMP has an excellent foundation for a business major and or making the economics degree more comprehensive. We just don't necessarily agree on the overall efficacy of the TMP. Like, it's something, but it does not achieve the goals that a business major needs. It does something though, like it's 100% valid to bring that up. And her and I did discuss it, and we both agree that there is no reason why TMP couldn't potentially be merged or potentially become just, expanded, something of that nature. And the reason I didn't put TMP in this presentation specifically is because I view from my analytical lens, the economics department being a better foundation, being a better, being a better seed, if you will, to grow the rest. However, TMP certainly can be the fertilizer. Any more questions?
I actually think it's a pretty good idea as well. The only thing I have is I believe TMP is a graduate program type thing, right? Isn't it like a certificate through the graduate school?
They have undergrad classes. I think you're thinking of the strategic investment program, which is a finance graduate classes I'm doing right now. And that's something we can also expand on. Like, the tools are there, all the building blocks. We have like these graduate finance classes, which a lot of students trying to do, which people are desperate for finance. And then we also have these undergrad TMP classes, like, and they all get interest, but there's just no like unifying body. If we could just put together literally just what we have, we're like almost at a business major already.
Yeah, and they're like impossible to get into. Like, I switched my major to FMS and like, I feel like I've done no financial anything.
Right.
So, yeah, I think it's a good idea. Honestly, just having like, I think even less of like an entire major, but just offering like the 4 classes, or like the 6 classes you showed up there, like, I feel like that would make a huge difference, even if we didn't like add an extra major, even just like a minor.
Exactly, and I'm really happy you brought that up because obviously the goal is not to have just the namesake of a business major, it's to indeed give the students the tools that they need. So if we can get an intermediate conclusion by having some, some courses that could be consolidated in their business major provided, then that's much better than nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
The second, Senator Lala, did you want to add anything, or
Yeah.
Senator Iden add anything? No? Okay, we're now in discussion, Senator Young.
Senior Chair, I motion to vote our resolution to introduce a referendum called a USSP Department of Business and our BA/BS grade by hand vote.
There's been a motion to vote on a resolution to introduce a referendum for a UCSB Department of Business and or Business BA/BA degree by hand vote. Is there a second, Senator Gerson?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Gerson. We're now in discussion. Senator Legrand.
One question.
The question has been called, and is there an objection to the call to question? There's been an objection to the call to question.
I think this should be done, sorry. I think this should be done, via secret ballot.
Turns out we have asked if the.
Right, would you like to, wait,
with village with shower.
Would you like to withdraw your call question?
Sure, I'll withdraw.
Okay, so we're now in, discussion. We're just in discussion on this, motion. Senator Elkity?
I think it should be done during, via secret ballot, because we have people that are, running, we have candidates.
Okay, we're still in discussion, Senator John?
Would the senator mind to elaborate on the logic? Because as far as I'm concerned, this resolution is not controversial in nature. And point of order,
Yes?
someone just that.
Oh, okay, silence everyone when someone's talking, please.
It is my opinion that this resolution will not propose any danger for voting either way. And as an institution founded by student faith, I do believe we should try to do open ballots as much as possible, unless there is valid concerns for the safety of the members. And yes.
Still in discussion, Senator Elkity?
Rescind my objection.
All right. Well, the question was, we're still in discussion though. Senator Wawa,
Call the question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. All right. Hands up for yeses. All right. Forgot I'm not a senator today. Hands up for no's. Hands up for abstentions. One abstention. The resolution passes. All right. Senator Shaw.
Senator Chair, I motion to amend the agenda at 2025 to 26 ASUSSB spring general election ballot language on the action items.
There's been a motion to amend the agenda and add 2025-26 ASU TSB spring general elections ballot language under action items. Is there a second? Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We are now in discussion. Senator Gerson?
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We please add that under action items. Thank you very much. Still in new business, I will be moving into,
Chair.
yes.
Sorry, so I have one more thing to add to the agenda. I'd appreciate your consideration on that. So some members of the Attorney General's office has done a lot of research with the EDPLA regarding the USSA funding. There's like a 9-page research brief. I'm not expecting anyone to read it, but they're gonna basically kind of come and present their findings. And today is the deadline for us to, the idea is kind of just put USSA on the ballot this year. So students can vote and like have the information of, hey, they're restarting. Do you want to affirm or not affirm?
Right. Was it emailed to me?
Yes, it is attached to the motion.
And is it a bill or resolution?
This one is a resolution.
Senator John?
I truly appreciate the intention of Senator Iden. But if the chair, if I may ask a question to the interim director, Lucia.
Yes.
Hi, Peter Lieberman. So my question is, given that we kind of finalize the election ballot, if we add the USSA onto the ballot, would it propose any administrative challenge?
Ballot initiative and the draft for reaffirmation are locked into 2-year scheduling. So moving it up would not be recommended. Because part of the language of it was it passed this year, let's say, this isn't when it passed. Let's say it passed in 2000, and then it's up for affirmation in 2002, 2004, 2006. To change that is a problem because UCOP lawyers would be angry at me, and I'd rather avoid that. my recommendation, just with looking at some and hearing the UCFA president speak, is leave it for next year because we don't know the status of USFA. And changing it is problematic. The only other option is having the chancellor nix it, but it sounds like we'll have more clarity by the time it comes around next year. So that might be the cleanest way to do it. That's kind of my thoughts aspect.
Okay. Thank you. I won't be accepting it.
That's fine.
Senator Martinez, do you have? No? Okay, I'm moving into, a resolution for a free and fair election. Senator Iden or Senator Corsandi?
Thank
You guys-
you. Just a real quick, Chair. Would you still be okay with the Attorney General's office just presenting their, during discussion items?
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be sick. Anyways, so thank you guys. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all. So this resolution kind of comes after, what happened last meeting. I understand it was a bit of a, heavy meeting in terms of like the debate. So I appreciate everyone's consideration on this and I hope everyone kind of comes into this with an open mind. But I'm kind of just the whereas clause is kind of go through my intention behind this, and then I'll go through like what the legislation will actually do and how it's going to impact us. So, as the Senate, we're tasked with writing policy for associated students, and we're meant to be fair governance. And we are impartial leaders, and the trust of the public is placed in us. So we're tasked with representing the interest of our entire undergraduate population. We're not trying to utilize our positions for personal advantage. And when it comes to debates such as last meeting, recusal of conflict of interest is a really important thing. It's normal to recuse yourselves for personal gain or personal gain of one associates. It's happens all the time in democratic institutions. It happens a lot in business. Like you can't necessarily vote on your own salary in a lot of board meetings. Happens in our own government, in the House of Representatives, and the Senate. And so abstaining from voting on election matters while actively campaigning for elected office is helping to uphold the legitimacy and the integrity of the election and the Senate. And obviously, we're an adapting body. We must continuously change the way we enforce our policies and the way we vote, the matters in which we recuse ourselves, because these things are constantly changing. And so by adapting to these changes, we're upholding a new standard of transparency, accountability, and just democratic fairness in student governance. And so, whereas in this election, where there are multiple candidates who are sitting on the 75th Senate and a clear conflict of interest has arisen, where individuals are participating in votes that are directly impacting the administration rules and fairness of the election. And at the April 9th meeting, the Senate voted to deny another candidate from entering the presidential race despite precedent and opted not to defer the decision to the Elections Board, which is traditionally an impartial body responsible for handling such decisions. In the same meeting, we demonstrated willingness to extend other election-related deadlines like candidate materials and con statements, but refusing to request the presidential candidate to be added or deferred to Elections Board. We weren't even making a decision on it in that meeting. For impartial review reveals kind of like a double standard in my eyes, and it's undermining our credibility. So in order to ensure a free and fair election, we just have to make a clear commitment that we're taking a step back. I don't think candidates should be voting on candidate-related matters in this body when they're running. I don't think it's impossible to dispel that conflict of interest. And by doing so, we can help uphold the legitimacy of the election. So what this legislation is going to be doing, any member who is a candidate, and not just in this room, but in any other BCU, it's going to make it so they have to abstain from voting or making decisions regarding any matters directly related to the administration, rules, eligibility, or procedures of the election in which they're a candidate. It's going to apply to all committees, and anyone in violation will be reviewed by Election Board and JC. And then when it comes to discussions regarding the election, candidates who have declared or they're in elected office, they have to publicly disclose their candidacy prior to any discussion related to the election process, and they have to be noted in the meeting minutes. So if I'm running for Senate and we're talking about the ballot, you say I'm running for Senate. I think that's a pretty clear thing, just so we can remain transparent. And then any other decisions regarding the election, regarding eligibility, deadlines, ballot changes, automatically deferred to Election Board for review prior to any Senate recommendation. I don't think it should be coming to the Senate before it goes to the body that is meant to handle it. Obviously, we're going to have to confirm their minutes, but I think it should be seen by them first. I don't think it was necessarily appropriate that we were the ones handling that initially, in my eyes. And so this resolution is going to remain effective at the end of the year. I'd like future leaders to pursue policies regarding this for next year, because I think it should be standard practice that if you're running, you shouldn't vote on the election. And I just want us to be as impartial as possible. I really want to uphold our democratic integrity. So thank you guys. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. In seconds, Senator Consani, do you have anything to add? All right. We're now in discussion. I'll accept accepting any comments or motion. Senator Gerson?
I'm just gonna say thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I think it's something that is needed and is gonna do a lot of good in the future. And yeah, that's it.
Senator Maltese?
I agree as well. I feel like this year we have like a lack of candidates for like a lot of positions and stuff like that. So if we had, especially in the presidents, like we've allowed people to specifically enter the presidential race, it should be all right to let another person like participate in like running for candidacy, because that's just like only the fair way to do it, if we like allowed it to pass.
Senator Brenderson?
Yeah, thanks for this piece of legislation, Senator Iden. I think a lot of the disagreement about of last meeting is we didn't really know what constituted what impartiality really meant and how that was supposed to be implemented. You know, like, I'm not running, but I'm friends with people who are running, and should I not vote? So I'm glad we have this more written down and more obvious, and make sure that there's less controversy regarding these sorts of things in the future. So thanks for doing that.
Senator Wawa?
Yeah, the author and I didn't exactly see eye to eye on this matter last week. It's not the first time nor the last, but I that was primarily because it seemed to me like his argument was that if you don't vote, if you vote this way, you're this is proper and legal. If you vote this other way, it's not, and he just so happened to disagree with it. I think this is entirely different. I think that what is being requested by this resolution is entirely reasonable. And I think there's precedent for not only democratic but financial institutions as well. I fully agree on that point as well. I'm in sport, but I'm just wondering whether it covers all the points. I think Senator Brenderson brings up a point to be considered of there are often candidates who are somehow involved in the campaigns of other candidates. And I think that's entirely legitimate. It's just how things work, that people want to support one another, they think would be strong in certain positions. Would you be open to opening the resolution and looking into that, or should we just keep it constrained to this, that the simplest language of candidates can't vote on anything pertaining to elections? Because there might be some wiggle room to give them some leeway, or you could go even further of extending it even to people who are involved in campaigns.
Senator Iden?
So like the thing is with our legal code, and what I was kind of trying to get at last week, is that is covered under policy 15. It's just up to us in the body to be enforcing it up to the standard that I think it deserves to be upheld to. So a lot of the times it's like, it's going to come from yourself as a member of Senate, as like a voting member. Like it takes, I think in my eyes, it takes a lot of integrity to say, I can't objectively vote on this because I'm friends with an individual who's running, or like I have connections to this somehow. It's like a lot of the times if you're, policy 15 is only able to be upheld as much as like the entire body is willing to have it be upheld. And that starts with the individual, where like, if you're going into a vote and you're saying, I think I have some bias in this, or I think that my judgment is being clouded, maybe I don't vote, And so like, in terms of like legislation, how to pursue this further, a lot of this is already covered, but it's up to us and like to enforce it. Like, let elections board do elections board. That's their discretion, and I don't think the voting body should be, or at least the Senate, should be trying to, impede.
Senator Corsani?
Oh, okay, I know I'm the second on and whatever, part of my ignorance, but how come a resolution and not in the standing policy or in our standing rules? And how come not bill to be put into our bylaws? And now that it is a resolution, how will this be enforced? Because I know bills can be enforced because it's like a bylaw, but how can a resolution be enforced?
Senator Shaw.
So a directional resolution carries the same files as their outstanding policy. The only difference is that our resolution will automatically expire at the end of our term. So although it's not standing policy out there, it has the same effect and they will be in files the same way. Yeah.
Senator Albertine, did you have something to add?
Yes, I just want to say that I agree with the general spirit of this legislation. I'm never gonna say no to more integrity or holding people rightfully accountable, especially if it's us. But I just wanted to inquire or ask the authors, if you had like, if a major issue for you was that this was brought to the Senate floor, because we are, after all, the central policymaking body of the student of this campus. So I don't think it's a problem that it was necessarily brought to our attention before elections board, and I think we reserve the right to you know, put in our acting based in our beliefs and put in our input on the Senate floor. So I wanted to ask, was it an issue with it coming to us first, or just people not being people having a conflict of interest, basically?
All right.
So in my eyes, it's a bit of both. Like, I think like procedurally, yeah, it probably should have got to elections board, but like in that meeting, you know, Senator Jod tried to make the motion to make it right and give it to elections board. And I think just like that argument kind of devolved a little bit. And, you know, it's obviously not great being like, hey, conflict of interest, you know, and like at times it can seem accusatory, but like it's all well-intentioned and well-natured, like, because I want to be as objective as possible. And you're completely right that the legislative body still, we have a right to be, you know, commenting and like making our decisions on these things. But again, like with a year such as this, where we just like I'm not trying to throw anyone out, but like when 6 candidates, or like it was around 6, I believe, are voting no on it, it's hard to like dispel that that inconsistency where like candidates voting and a proxy voting to not allow another candidate, or like not even allow another candidate to further decision. It's not a great look when it comes to the student body. And like I'd like to evolve to uphold the standard that let's do elections board, let's prioritize elections board, and let's respect elections board. That's where I'm at. Does that answer all your questions?
More or less, yeah. Thank you.
Still in discussion. Senator,
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Senator Iden was saying, because all of us, the reason I think it is important to send it to elections is because all of us have a conflict of interest. We're all sitting in this room with people who are running for office for at least 6 hours every week. Like that, even if we don't want it to, it builds relationships. So that automatically, I think, gives us a conflict of interest. And I think sending it to a body that is supposed to be impartial and also doesn't have the same connections that we do was really important.
Senator Grayson?
Motion to vote motion to vote on a resolution for a free and fair election.
Okay, Jeff.
There's been a motion to vote on a resolution for a free and fair election. You didn't say by hand vote, right?
It has to be by hand vote. We doesn't have to.
No.
Well, nevertheless.
Yeah, it is legislation. Let me read that.
Would you like to change it to hand votes?
Essentially.
Can you still second? We're now in discussion.
Wait, point of information, so it is gonna be by hand vote because legislation, thank you.
We're now in discussion. Senator Shu, call the question. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question? Consent. Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none. Hands up for yes. No? Abstentions? The resolution passes. Senator John,
Senator Chair, a motion to grant the AS election board the discretion of accepting choice candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with the Office of Interim AS Executive Director.
there's been a motion to grant the AS Elections Board the discretion of accepting choice candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with the Office of Interim AS Executive Director. Is there a second? Senator Mead?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Mead, we're now in discussion. Senator Jean?
The votes behind last vote was a flooded fact. Candidates that are actually running for positions votes on those consequential votes. Any side will receive $10,000 in financial gain a year. The water fed into the tree of that vote was poisoned. So I find it's only proper we take that vote again with the proper conflict of interest in its truth. And yet.
All right.
I do want to make this clear because I wasn't really expecting Senator Shaw to make that motion that like my intention behind like putting that legislation on the floor of this is like not to exclude people from voting like at all. I still think that yes, they should be able to make that decision. The elections board, I really just want to make that clear to like. Yes. Yeah.
Senator Brinkerson?
Thanks for making that clear tonight. I really felt like there was some sort of conspiracy going on here, so thanks for clearing that up. And to this motion, I really don't like it. We're rehashing what we already did. And the idea was, and it was fair, and it made sense. You passed the deadline, now you're a writing candidate. That's the way it works. You pass the deadline that everyone else had to follow. If you get to decide, oh, now I want to be a candidate, that's fine. But you have to be a writing candidate because that's what's on the website. If you're going to talk to individuals and you're getting a privileged position because you had this conversation, that's fundamentally unfair. And that is democracy. You don't get to like go talk to admin and say, oh, I want to be included. Like, that's fine. And everyone wants to be included, but you have to follow the rules that are already set down on the website. And that was my stance last week, and it's my stance this week. And I'm gonna vote no again because I'm not a candidate.
Senator Ryan?
So like my view on this, like again, same as before. I'd like it to be elections board to make the decision, but like in terms of like the candidacy on like what I do believe is that I think everyone could agree that every student has a right to run for office. And I think everyone deserves a fair grounds to run on. There's definitely a discrepancy when it comes to like running as a writing candidate versus being on the ballot. I think that's like agreeable. When it comes to deadlines, yes, they are 100% important. But at the same time, I do believe that every student has a right to run on the same playing field if they want to run. So I guess it's up to us to explore that the potential of like those deadlines and like the difference, like the legislative difference between having people be a write-in and be on ballot. Because I think if you want to run for a position, you deserve an equal playing field. And the way the system is now isn't exactly fair in my mind. That's just my opinion.
Senator Shaw?
Senator Chair, I would like to make a few points clear. First, Senator Eisen was not working with me on that motion. I asked him if he will be the second. He said no. That's fair. So I was not working with him on that. That's me. Second, this motion was not with Senate with tons of conflicts of interest to anything. It gives power, it gives the choice to the election board, an independent agency that's going to decide it. Third, and I want to make this absolutely clear. On the record, I'm claiming that I received a text message from Senator Siddiqui this afternoon. And he sent me a leaked link of an ongoing investigation of the Office of Attorney General. I clicked the link and the report, it alleges great impropriety within the AS election process and possible candidate suppression and election manipulation. The only reason Leanne Metzger was not cleared candidate is because collusion and deception, so she meets the deadline by other candidates. That's unacceptable, unacceptable. So I'm making this motion to give the right to election board to make it right. And yet.
I would like to echo a lot of the sentiments mentioned by Senator Bredesen earlier. I think by also rehashing this, it seems like it's a bit targeted towards certain people who are running, like our candidates in this election. I generally don't understand why we're bringing this back up and with this intensity. Like it was mentioned, people meet deadlines. Everybody has the choice to go and run whether or not they are spoken to, are like, I don't even know what it's like. Whatever collusion, like. That's still a choice that was made by that person, and I don't understand why exceptions are being made for people who missed deadlines.
I think we're arguing on the completely wrong thing here. We're trying to like decipher if you miss the deadline and if that's okay or not, or if you follow the rules, or if that's impartial to all the other candidates. Like ultimately what we're talking about here is if that decision is up to us or election board. And we're trying to say like, oh, we already made that decision, so let's not rehash it. But that's exactly what we're talking about. We're saying we made that decision and maybe that wasn't our decision to make as a biased body. So what Mingun is saying, I think, is if we're saying, and we just agreed to a amazingly written resolution to completely that exact thing, to be impartial and to be a non-biased Senate, how are we saying now, oh, it's fine though, we already made the decision, like even if it was biased, even if something could have happened, like whatever it's in the past, like we have time still to change it, and this is exactly what we should be doing, like giving it to a body who's not biased, who's doesn't have like a stake in the game, and really understands what went on, what's fair, what's just, and how it should unfold, way more than any of us, and to an extent that like the AS election board is exactly for this. So I don't think that the argument, it already happened, let's forget about it, is like a valid one, sorry. And I also think we should be focusing on what we want to portray to the student body as a Senate, our values, what we're opposing, and yeah, who we want to be.
I think as elected student body representatives, it is imperative for us to look back and learn from what we've done. Like, I totally understand if, okay, we went through this already, but learning from previous actions that we've taken as a body is incredibly important. And again, like, I want to echo what Senator Gerson is saying of this, we aren't making the executive decision. That's the whole point. A lot of us, like, whether we like it or not, whether we want to admit it or not, we are driven by personal gain. That's like, everyone experiences that. And like, I am everyone. That's all, like, whatever. And all we're doing in this motion, in which I honestly agree with, is giving it to a body that is supposed to not be driven by personal gain. They're supposed to be an impartial body. And I think as representatives who was elected by the student body, we should act in the best benefit of the student body rather than ourselves. And even though we have hashed at that last meeting and it was a very tense debate, I think it's important that we learn upon that and we gather our knowledge from what we gained from it, what we can learn, and how we can build ourselves as better representatives going forward. So I'm glad that we had that debate. I'm glad that we are discussing now, because if we can all share our perspectives and build from it, and that debate is going to allow us to be better representatives in the future. So yeah, just keep that in mind when deciding on this motion.
Yeah, I don't necessarily fully disagree. I'm just also saying it seems a bit targeted in the sense that a lot of these discussions, there is a lot of
alluding towards people who are candidates and basically suggesting that they have bias because they're candidates. And like everyone mentioned, everyone has their own bias. We are also supposed to be an impartial body. This is why we are given this responsibility and why things are presented to us first.
Point of order. I apologize. You have to identify yourself when it comes to this discussion, like what you're running for.
Yeah, I'm writing for APPLA or APPSA, sorry. APPSA.
Please wait till you get called on for talking.
It was a point of order.
When you were recognized.
I'm not even necessarily saying myself. I think that other candidates who are running have been targeted in these discussions. And that's why I think it's a little bit, like, it's against the code to bring up claims without any evidence as well. I yield.
Senator Jean.
I appreciate what Rex vaccinated. However, the only reason I have learned those allegations was that Senator Siddiqui, through whatever means it had, required an internal investigation of the Office of Attorney General. That, and he sent it to me. I was a complaining witness. If that's not witness intimidation, I don't know what it is. I speak from my first-hand knowledge and attest to the legitimacy of those allegations. It is my understanding.
Senator Jean,
Yes.
in my interpretation, but I think that was speculation. Of the senator. Continue.
I was
This
not,
morning.
I was not speculating the intention of Senator speaking,
Mhm.
but describing the action, but I respect the ruling of the chair.
Senator Grayson.
I don't wanna cut you off, I didn't know if he was finished.
That's right, that's right.
Okay, I didn't mean to offend anyone or accuse anyone or target anyone in what I was saying, I don't think, we just passed a legislation saying that there's bias in the Senate as there is people running. I'm not like pointing people out and saying, you're running for this, so you voted this way, like, that's not my goal, that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying like, we all just recognize this, like, as a Senate, we all said, wow, this could be something that like consciously or unconsciously is affecting our vote. Maybe we should take a step back and let someone else handle this. We just agreed on this, like, the vote is in right here. And so if we're all saying that this is true and we're all saying like, oh, we're recognizing these things, like, maybe we wanna take a step back and say like, what's a way that like, whatever happened, like, what's a way that we can kind of correct it and just deal with the process in the fairest way, not necessarily change the outcome or like mess things up or make it more complicated, but just deal with the process in the fairest and simplest way. And I think what that means is turning it over to election board. And we're still in time to do so. So my intention was not to target anyone. My intention was simply to say like, the claim that let's just leave it in the past, I think we shouldn't. And I think we're at a perfect opportunity to catch our mistake and kind of like run it back and be the fairest and best Senate we can, especially coming to close, just like kind of end the year how we want to be remembered.
Yeah, I would like to address a couple of things. Firstly, I would like to say that when we are looking in and speaking to specifically bringing up senators' names, we're doing it
Point of order.
without.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've been holding my tongue the whole time. Does he have to identify himself as the proxy?
Yeah, do I have to identify myself as a proxy of a,
Are you speaking on behalf of?
I mean, I'm speaking on.
You inherently are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in,
If you,
like,
are you, okay.
see, like, this is where I feel like.
Excuse me. If you are talking for Senator Siddiqui, just make it no. Then the rest of it will assume that's coming from you. So if you're saying like, oh,
Prince of Alden,
yes.
accounting to relevant legal code governing the use of proxy in Senate. It is expected for the proxy to only express the wish of the Senate and not their own. Yeah.
So,
I have. So he's only supposed to be speaking for the property he's representing.
What Senate DD have told him to speak.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
well, yes and no, my issue is like, what if I'm just speaking to the events that happen? Okay, so I can just identify myself okay. I'm proxy of Dan Siddiqui running for president. Okay, there you go. The thing I'd like to say though is, I'm speaking unreflective of what I've heard during this meeting, at least. So we've had like a mention towards the senator's name, who you've mentioned over and over again, who actually in the vote that you have mentioned abstained from voting because he believes in the exact principle that you're talking about. But regardless of that, in addition, you continue to speak about an investigation regarding a person who he has never had formal contact with. The person that you were talking about, write-in candidate, Leanne, there's no formal contact between Dan and Leanne shown at any point whatsoever. So the issue that I'm having here is not that you are bringing up this legislation or the way that you're doing it.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the proxy just said the issue that I am having, and according to Robert's rules of order, the proxy is only allowed to speak on the person they are proxying.
Okay, the issue.
Please wait till you're called upon before speaking. Thank you. Yeah, that's just what was stated again. Please refrain from. You're supposed to be proxying, and proxying is not your. But you're representing Senator Siddiqui. Is that correct? Proxy.
So would you like me to use language such as we, or would I use a pronoun?
Well, what you're
Just
supposed to be
Dan.
going over, it's like, for example, if you're voting on a resolution for a free, fair election, it's not necessarily you voting, it's you're voting for Dan, like, it's Dan's vote through you. Is that also correct? Right.
Okay, the issue.
You haven't been called upon. Senator Mead.
According to Robert's rules of order, proxies aren't even allowed to participate in discussion directly. They're only allowed to vote. How strict the rule.
Senator Sue.
I just feel like you've been doing this for so long now. Man speak, and then I think they already acknowledge that he is speaking on behalf of he's running for president.
Just moving, sorry. But just like moving forward, let's refrain from that and just keep that in mind. And then also I want to ground us, we're in discussion on a motion to grant the AS election board the discretion of accepting choice candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with the AS interim and executive director, Sean Lieberman. Because I feel like our conversation is getting sidetracked. So just grounding us, that's what we're talking about right now. Senator John.
Point of order.
Yes.
I apologize. Sorry.
Yes.
Proxy, part of your name. He had the floor before it started detracting after your floor.
I have incredibly almost lost my thought, but, Dan has lost his thought. Okay, well, so Dan has lost his thought, but Dan is having issues with, I believe, with
Senator Siddiqui.
Senator Siddiqui is having issues that Senator Siddiqui is being talked about in this manner currently. And I would just like to express my gratitude to the rest of the Senate who has been accommodating. I apologize for breaking rules of order. I just believe that this conversation has become protracted into a relatively targeted attack. And Dan believes that this should be focused on like you said, the unbiasedness of the body. But I do, Dan, please, like,
Order, please. Continue.
okay, Dan secedes. He's-
Okay. This is not a conversation about Senator Siddiqui. We're in discussion on a motion to grant the AS Election Board the discretion of accepting choice candidates passed by the declared deadline. We're talking about this for 3 more minutes. So that's it. Senator John.
Madam Chair, one last point. I'm 100% agree with current policy rules. I myself, I believe I'm biased to decide whether or not to allow more candidates to join ballots. I shouldn't be making that decision, not at all. It is, as the election board was set up, as an independent body of students under the guidance of the advisor to make that decision to insulate the Senate who are elected and are running for office from those conversations. All this motion does is grants the election board that power to make that decision. I won't be any part of it. I don't believe any Senate should be a part of it. It should be the choice of the election board and election board alone. I yield.
Last 3 comments. Senator Elton.
Yeah, I really hate this argument that it's biased, so we shouldn't be able to vote on it. Why are we here? We shouldn't be able to vote on anything because we have bias. In the end, we were voted in by students to be agents towards change, and that gives us the right to act based on our beliefs on the Senate floor. This consideration came to us last week for a reason, and we reserved the right to vote on it, and we did a week ago. I yield.
Senator Rasan.
Okay, first of all, I want to echo the fact that I don't think it is the fact that we aren't able to vote on anything. I think it's just, especially during elections, and especially because there are certain, like, people think that there's targeting occurring. So if, like, senators believe that one specific senator is being targeted, then they should, that is even more reason for them to defer to the elections board. Because the people who want to target, like, not that people are targeting, but like that very idea is like something that you can consider unfair and biased. And that's even more reason why, like, I see both sides, and I think both sides should agree that they should defer to the elections board. Also, it's different than voting on anything because this actually affects monetary compensation. $10,000, that's a lot of money. But yeah, I think, like, okay, if there are senators that believe candidates are being targeted, it shows even more why we should move it to the elections board, because obviously we are all charged, emotions are high. I just don't think we're in a proper place right now for any single one of us to make a decision on this matter, because there are just so many emotions, so much like so much stake in the matter that it should not be our sole discretion.
Well, yeah, to that, I don't really understand what Senator Ziegler's proxy was trying to say, but sorry. You were looking at me, I didn't know if you were going to be respond, sorry. But to that point about like, oh, like we're all biased, so like why are we even here? Like we should not vote on anything. Obviously we're here for a reason, and obviously like we want to create change, and we want to vote on things that we care about, and our like biases or lived experiences or whatever, like all of those things kind of like explains how we act as senators and all the change that we can make. But when you're talking about certain things that affect individual positions and have like monetary compensation and different roles and relationships and personal gains or losses, when you're talking about things like that in general, where other kind of legislation or things that we deal with don't necessarily affect, it just really doesn't make sense to keep it in the Senate, which we just all agreed on, and we all voted that we might be biased. Like even like we've all been in this room for how long? Like, we all have relationships, we all have whatever, and like, all of us are involved, so. I just, like restating, I don't think that, we should be the ones to make this decision. And most of us, and it doesn't either, since we just voted on it, but I think what we're kind of arguing on is like, should we go back, should we not, like, leave it or not? Like, we already did it, let's just leave it there. Maybe take a second to think, if we wouldn't have voted, how would you vote now? And why? How do you want to be remembered? How do you want to be portrayed? Do you think, like, internal reflection, do you think you might have bias? And that might be clouding your judgment? Maybe, so maybe just take a few seconds and yeah.
Senator Shaw, would you amend your motion? Or are you- No.
Chair. At least, yes, I would like to handle.
Okay. This has been amended. The motion to grant the AS Elections Board the discretion of accepting choice candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with the office of the AS interim AS executive director by hand vote. You talked about this. We're still in discussion. I am posing someone to call the question.
Point of order. I apologize, Chair.
What's your
Again,
point of order?
yes, I'm getting there. I hate to do this because it's hard not to have it appear as like ill intention, but we did just pass a resolution stating that any conflict over matters such as this is just automatically deferred to the elections board. We just passed that. We shouldn't even vote on it. It's already going to the elections board automatically.
This
This
like,
discussion, yes, this matter. So unless someone would want to repeal my resolution or suspend it, it's automatically to the elections board.
okay. Well, then, would you like to rescind your motion? Yeah, sorry.
Chair, although we passed the resolution, it is ambiguous on the extent of automatic deferral will go. As such, I think that it would be proper for the Senate to take a vote on it. And of course, Senate abounded that directional resolution yet.
Okay. We're still in discussion. Energy.
With the permission of the chair, while we're still in discussion, can I add or do you want to just?
You can add, but this, we got like a couple more minutes on this. Or we're just gonna move to the next thing. Go ahead.
I feel like everyone already spoke really well, so all I'm gonna reiterate is that we all almost unanimously already voted that things like this should go to elections. We all have biases, whether we like it or not, myself included, all of you included. And we all just agreed, almost all of us just agreed that things like this need to go to elections anyway. So I think you already voted yes for the reason. Voting no is just it just doesn't make sense. You already voted yes.
Thank you. Can anyone call the question? Or would like to call the question, Senator Mullins?
Wait, we didn't get a second yet.
You did.
Okay.
It's the same one.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call the question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent?
On the motion.
I seconded.
Yeah.
Consent.
Hands up for yes.
I have a point of inquiry or question.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna
What-
first point of order. For the vote? Yeah, I'll wait for her. I'll wait for her if she comes back in less than 5 minutes. Yes, point of information?
Or just like a question, what does a vote yes mean and what does a vote no mean in this sense? I'm just a little confused.
Question. Would you like to explain it since you made the motion, Senator John? Senator
Thank
John?
you, Chair. A yes vote means gives the yes election board the ability, the power, and the right to decide among themselves whether or not, among themselves in consultation with the interim executive director, about whether or not to allow more choice candidates who meets the stated deadline to be on the ballot. A no vote means we are not doing that. We are not giving them the ability. And I won't speculate on what actually they will do, but we won't be giving them that ability. And abstention means I don't want to be a part of it. I will abstention. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Senator Martinez, we're getting ready to vote on this discussion that we've been talking about for a good long time.
Point of information.
Yeah.
The candidates can simply exclude themselves from this process or should just abstain and make themselves part of it.
There you go.
I believe abstention is a good choice.
But, oh, I don't know if I have to, really have to abstain. Senator John?
And the chair, they should, according to resolution, but no one can force them to.
Right, okay. All right.
Come on.
One quick question, so, we're not determining that this is a ballot issue that gets automatically deferred. As stated in the resolution.
Well, under the guise or my interpretation of this motion was that we're specific, because you said that it already says this in your resolution, but then being judged or Senator Shaw responded that we're giving, like, we're actually meaning to where it would be going, like specifically, this specific thing. So it's mostly just like emphasizing to make it more specific. Senator Shaw?
The reason I recommend the chair to go into a vote is because, well, in instance, granting the election boards the additional power. For the past 2 years, the Senate have extended the deadline for choice candidates, but it all comes from the power of the Senate. So election by itself does not have that power. So what we are doing is authorizing them and let them make the decision. So I would stress a vote will be problem.
Okay, thank you. We're getting ready to vote now because it passed. For yeses, hands up. No. Abstention. Abstentions. It passed. Nine. Yeah. Motion passed. Thank you. We're gonna be moving into, let me see what's short, because recess is almost there. Yes, Senator Ganesh?
It's not short, but I would like to motion onto the agenda under action items of food bank cost.
Okay.
Because we need to give the money go.
I was gonna go to, oh, wait, actually, yeah, you can make that motion. Yeah, Senator Ganesh, or Senator King?
Motion to amend the agenda to add the food bank conflict under action item.
Yeah, there's been a motion to amend the agenda and add the food bank Kaj proposal under action items. There's second, Senator Lankarani. Second. Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We're now in discussion. Senator Wajidula. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to consent? Okay. Action items. We're not gonna do action items right now, though. It's just thick. Yeah, we can start with old business and then continue as we, come out of recess. I'm gonna end recess. I'm gonna start recess early though, but depending how long this discussion goes. But moving into a bill to amend the Cosweb legal code to the first and the second, Senator Suk and Senator Ganesh. What do you have for us today?
My first. Leanne already came in the other day and discussed it. So I mean, if you have any more questions. That's all I got.
Senator Persady?
Motion to pass a bill to amend the Caldwell legal code.
By Handel. There's been a motion to pass a bill to amend the Cosweb legal code by hand vote. Is there a second? Senator Lankarani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankarani. We're now in discussion.
Question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Hearing none. Hands up for yeses. Hands up for no. Senator Boss, is that a no?
Sorry, it was a yes, sorry.
No worries. Abstentions? Motion passes. Now we're moving into a bill to improve the AS internal. Bill to improve internal AS operations to the first or the second. Senator Shaw.
It's a good bill and I ask you to consider passing it. Yes.
Patsy, would you like to add on behalf of Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I think, I mean, can I really not say I, like,
Just say aye.
Just go ahead.
Say this. Just
stop.
say, these are the thoughts of the person.
Okay.
that brought
Senator
this
Persady, sorry.
okay, yeah, I mean, I think the bill is just aimed towards creating a better line of communication and a more unified AS, and the whole point of this is so that our government starts functioning a little bit more like a government, yeah. That's pretty much it.
We're now in discussion. So we're in discussion. Senator Shu? Oh, wait, no. There hasn't been, we're just in discussion about the bill. You can make a motion though. Senator Kadok?
Motion to pass a bill to improve internal operations by hand vote.
Interim Executive Director.
Yes, I have quite a few comments on this bill from our HR manager.
Well, feel free, we have 15 minutes before recess. I would love to. Yes, yes.
Information Chair and the questions to the interim executive director, Susan Chair.
Well, let's have him come join us at the book, and we'll ask some questions. Yes,
Yes, let me amend about to the interim executive director for us to just table it this way, and I will meet with you or anyone separately and to resolve the issues.
Sure.
well, I wanna have Executive Director answer first, and then I'll. Cause that was a question.
Right, yeah, I mean, we can have a separate discussion. I don't know if anyone wanted to be further informed on our HR manager's response to some of the things before that discussion. Or, I don't know, it's kind of like inform the group versus inform individuals,
Yeah.
that's a discussion for you all to decide.
I would assume, yeah, so I'll, was that, or did you? I wanna have him go. We only have 10 minutes.
Yes, I want everything on
Okay.
record. I want everything on record. Just so we have it.
Okay,
So I'd like.
wait, Senator Iden, you say, yeah, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool, on the record, yes.
Okay,
All
great.
right, so So.
Okay, great, yeah, Lily, our HR manager, I had her call up some talking points to talk about the bill. And most of them focus on one area of it. I can go into, she thanks people because, the bill can change over the course of the last month or so. So she had big thanks for, Senator Zizi and about all of this, the changes in the wording was very helpful. There's just a few little bits in here, like there was a change of the word demand to mandate, and she appreciated that. But there's a couple things in here that we'll focus on the one thing that is the most troublesome, which is, let me find the bill language here. And it's mostly about personnel actions. So basically the entire section about personnel actions is a no-go, potentially. Because you can't notify others about personal actions. Like, if let's say someone is separated, right? So someone's let go. No one else in staff knows about that. It's them, the person who's let go, the director and their supervisor. That's it. The president isn't notified, the Senate isn't notified, they can't be notified. There are strong labor laws preventing that. So that's why the personal actions is too broad. Because that could be separation, that could be, there's a change in job description, I think, a thing in here. That gets into some privacy issues. There's just, once you start to involve labor, things get really messy really quick. And so I think that's a lot of what Lily wanted to convey to the group, is that while the language here, she appreciates the idea behind a lot of this and having transparency and getting things done. There's stuff about timetables that with the most recent hiring freeze at the UC level is not as realistic anymore. We have an additional 2 levels of paperwork, at least, more like 3, to get through to do anything, not just hire. So hiring is already very complicated, but now they're doing things even for job description changes. We have to go through things, which used to be pretty just straightforward. This changes, is this real? Okay, cool, go. And now it's, got to go to an executive vice chancellor for approval. So it was things most like that. I want to be aware of the time, so I didn't want to take up the entire time. People can have their break early, and I'll be back for my comments later. So yeah, are there any questions about that? I just want to go on about that. We went through the whole thing. There's some stuff about emergency exceptions and the president's signature on things, but it was mostly the personal actions that were a problem. So we can have a targeted discussion one-on-one or one-on-two with the different sponsors. And that's great too. I just wanted to get out there that that's some of the issues that arose from the text.
Any questions for interim executive director directly? No? Thank you. No.
I really appreciate the guidance offered by the interim executive director. That's a lot of consideration that I think the speaking have overlooked. So I appreciate him coming forward and making it do. If it's available with the proxy, I would suggest we just table it and just further work.
Very nice. Motion to table. Do you want to do it?
There was a motion to pass the bill by hand vote. At the first, our second need to.
Wait.
I didn't get seconded. I think it's rescinded.
Oh, so the chair shares the motion passed, then goes to the lack of second.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I just rescinded.
Would you like to rescind your motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Any motions? Director Dash?
Motion to table of those include general yes operational by 1 week. Or 1 week.
There's been a motion to table a bill to improve internal AS operations by 1 week. Is there a second, Senator Sue? Seconded by Senator Sue for now discussion. Senator Lukey. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Hearing none, The motion passes. Would anyone like to make a motion for a 15-minute recess? Senator Iden?
Motion to enter a 15-minute.
There's been a motion to enter a 15-minute recess. Can I have a second? Please, please, please. Senator Wahido.
Second.
Second by Senator Wahido, will be now in discussion. Senator Wayne
Turns out information with the state, explicit state until when that makes sense.
No, I do a timer every meeting, and when that timer ends, I come back.
From 8:52 to,
Can we say three? Because it's gonna be three by the time.
I'll start it.
8:53 to whatever time, we'll do the math. Was it called the question? Yes.
Yes.
Is there an objection to the call to question? Is there an objection to the consent? Nope, y'all, and a little bit.
I know. exactly what I'm saying. I don't care.
What I do?
You said you did right.
I called it.
Okay. We are in old business. See, we actually don't have much left. I've got my knock on wood. Yep. Moving into a bill to revise the GGC legal code goes first. Oh, no, sorry. I'm moving into a bill to peg AS Judicial Council's honor, yeah, hey, this is the sentence. To peg AS Judicial Council's honoraria to the Senate Standing Committee. Yeah. Senator Doc?
Senator Chair, so I'll just bill that it's increased the maximum, so the upper top of the possible allocation to the Judicial Council. In terms of the unit debt, it's still up to the honorary committee. And as we witnessed, JC does do a lot of important decisions within a very short time frame. And that requires sacrifice to the personal life. And I do believe those sacrifices should be recognized. Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing Roxy is not here. I'm open to hearing any comments or motions. Senator Iden.
I just want to say I appreciate you amending that language. I'm glad you heard me out. I am content at this point in time to pass this.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I appreciate the thought process behind this bill. But I think it brings a lot of questions to bear. I mean, notwithstanding is obviously bias. I mean, Michigan's is clearly biased here. No offense, you don't have to be biased, but you know, if we're really talking about financial compensation to, you know, members and financial compensation, and that's not going to be my main argument. It's really just semantical. Largely, I think if we're increasing someone's honoraria, we should be doing this across. Everyone's honoraria is way too low. If we're going to go to these people and say, hey, you deserve higher honoraria, we need to increase everyone's honoraria. That's just how the way it works, but we can't because we're in a deficit. So I think, although I appreciate the work that JC does, and I think that they're, you know, one of those three branches, there's a reason to have those honoraria, and that's the point of the job. Like that's written in there, and you know, I appreciate the changes and that they have to operate on quick moments notice. But I would say if we can increase their honoraria, we're gonna have to increase other honoraria too, otherwise it just seems like.
As a member of financial, oh my God, I can't even do that. Like I can't even speak for my.
Just speak about it.
Okay, well, Finance and Business Committee, conducting the budget has led me to realize, that regardless, while what you're saying is true, absolutely, an impact of something around $2,500 would not be the end of the world in a budget cycle situation. But on the other hand, I do believe that it is important to reaffirm the importance of one of the three main branches of the government, technically speaking. So, I mean, while I do agree that it may seem that we'd have to increase all people's honoraria, I do believe that this is a special case, and the work that they do is directly part of the integration of the STEM society that we work on, like, as a government. So I just believe that this is not a case that you can just take and compare to other BCUs, for example.
Items.
Just kind of like bouncing off of those 2 points. One, not to like get at you, but like all the BCUs are really important. They all do a lot of cool work, especially like when you go and talk to them, they're like
Like the people like I've interacted with this year are so passionate, like they do amazing work, and I think that could never be stated enough. And like just jumping back to Senator Bernstein point of, I would request that you don't vote on this. As you were this JC member, thank you. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would feel a little more confident passing this bill if there was like. Because right now it's kind of like it could be the maximum is stated and it's up to the honorary committee on whether or not to do it. Which could lead to other conflicts internally of like rewarding JC for like certain verdicts or like however they decided to operate, if you understand what I'm getting at, like it could lead to like a financial bias.
Chair. I want to thank Senior Principal for this effort. And of course, I'll be introducing myself from the vote on the bill. And I want to echo the point made by the President. I think he's right that JC is very unique. I can share a little bit of my experience as someone who are on the board of GGC for about 3 years. We have a lot of work, tons of work, but all those are predictable. We will know when we have to do it, and we can plan our schedule around it. But the nature of JC just doesn't allow it. And I appreciate the points raised by Senator Iden as well on some kind of, if I understand correctly, limit on case. And let's say that if they try 5 cases, they can receive this much. My only objection to that point is case varies very much between one and another. For instance, KC can do 5 unruly appeal in one sitting. It's just doing it. But for something like the one JC had in last quarter about constitution amendment, requires hours and hours of work. So I agree with, if possible, we should set something that's not subject to bias, but it just couldn't find it, the right metrics, so to say, at the moment. And the Honorary Committee has as well been about it to make those kind of decisions on Honorary, and that's their job. And yes.
Sorry, Ganesh.
Yes, I'm mainly volunteer of this one, is that, yes, I know that there is that, associate in School of Media making these issues, but I wouldn't say even this is the 3rd branch of the government and we will very important to it. They're a very important part of the checks and balances system. So comparing them to BCUs would not entirely be fair, not to BCUs, not to JC. And therefore, I think this is a fairly simple legislation to vote on. And instead of looking at it as a financial incentive or rewarding people, which is honestly really, I'm very capitalist, but we can instead think of this as something that should have been done a really long time ago, as other branches of the government get paid significantly more. There's no system of comparing them, but I'm just saying that this is not something that one needs to be contrarian to. Are you?
Two things. So I appreciate the point. I do understand that they are, I guess, at a different level than comparable to, like, I guess, not importance, but if we're going by the standard of this is the judiciary and these are, the subsidiary BCUs, I understand that. So I guess in terms of how the legislation is written, currently, if the body is looking to pass it, I would prefer it be back to the original, in which it's a set standard, so we don't have to worry about the like having a limit where it could be like decided by the honorary committee. I also don't think they necessarily rush on that. I know I was the one who was like, let's change it to the case thing, and I also just I like it. So there's also no reason to push this right now because we're not doing honoraria for a little bit. But if the body wants to raise their honoraria, I would much rather it be a set amount.
So just for context, all policies and regulations revolving around honoraria in our language It's all the maximum housebound allocation. So this language is consistent with the other honorary only positions. For instance, Senate, BCO chair, and BCO board members. I personally wouldn't object if the body felt the need to table it. With that said, unless we are going to use the time of table to find out some areas of improvement to the bill, which I'm more than happy to do so. But if we cannot in our ability to propose a change to the bill, then I don't think it will be any difference a week or 2 weeks from today. And yet.
I have two thoughts. The first I kind of have as a joke about the word choice in the title, but now it's hitting me that peg as a verb in the economic sense is usually to fix or keep something at a certain level, but also has the connotation, if I'm not mistaken, that when whatever you're pegging it to rises, this other thing that you're controlling for also rises as well. So sure, it's probably not going to be applicable in the near future, but if at some point Senator Honoraria rises, would this also rise with it because of that language choice? That's one. And second, unless it's explicitly forbidden elsewhere, I think that it would make sense to go. It's so idle to change your mind fully on something, but I think the latter option makes more sense, that JC is that type of institution that needs the kind of independence wherever it can be granted, including in the way that they're paid. And in my opinion, it's much less dangerous for them to be doing less work than we perceive, an amount of work, or maybe even quality of work that we don't think amounts to how much they're being paid, than future elected representatives having that sort of, that carrot and stick of just remember at the end of the day, we control how much you get paid.
Yeah, just to back off of that, I think that's really well said. And, I wanted to say maybe potentially a system that's, designed to be qualitative in nature, in terms of like, as you said, certain cases take less time and certain cases take more time. So if we could add in some language about physical man hours, then potentially we could add thresholds of man hours that equate to certain levels of honorarium, and that could be a potential change.
Senator Ganesh, are you done?
Yeah.
Senator Ganesh?
Okay, two things. One thing for this one, because I actually do agree with Senator, I think that, no part of the judiciary should actually go to bodies like ours, or bodies that, comprise of some of us. And secondly, I would actually be wary of adding like hours in the language, but then that can easily be misinterpreted in a payroll context or somewhat, a different form of financial wages context. So I would actually stay away from the hours language. You can calculate labor in other fancy ways. We're all numbers of semantics here, but hours is something I would actually stay away from.
Senator Chair. And the answer to the first question of Senator Lala is yes. By pegging the honorary of Judicial Council to Senate Standing Committee, there wouldn't be a need to adjust the honorary of Judicial Council independently. And the reason the bill is written that way is for the independence of the Judicial Council. We don't want a future Senate that, we'll increase honorary of Judicial Council to $1,000 each quarter, so you will give me a favorable ruling. So I think that's a good thing. They are pegged against our honorary from an institution point of view. And second, I see the danger in having senators assessing honorary for the Judicial Council, but that's how the current system works. JC chair will submit a recommendation, and the honorary committee will very gladly chair. We'll try our best to follow that recommendation. So I'm of course in favor of moving towards a more independent system of honorary allocation. But that's not the point of this bill. I'm happy to work on a separate bill on that topic, but for this bill, I do believe having an area of JC two units is the best way to ensure the independence and overall recognition of their work. Yeah.
Alright,
Sure. Just to read this out real quick, so the maximum amount of honoraria can be accessed for the judicial council chair, vice chair, and council members shall be pegged against their equivalency in Senate standing committees. I would just appreciate rewording this, so if we could table this for a week, I think everyone kind of shares that sentiment, so we can work out in full. I agree with what Senator Ganache was saying about the hourly. We don't really count hourly in the association, so we can go for that.
kind of what?
Oh, well, that,
I don't know, I just want to make sure that the senator does not go around spreading this. Or whatever point that is.
to clarify,
Personal privilege, I forget that.
to clarify, I think it's only for certain VCUs that count their hourly, correct? Other VCUs are counting their hourly. Okay, got it. I'll stay away from that. Yeah, I would like, I think if body wants to do this at this point, just set it and don't have the maximum language, just so it can be worse. It's word a little unclear. That's right.
Senator Ganache, Senator Jacques?
Yeah, that's too much involving, and I will be happy to work with you soon to add to it. If that's the proxy, I'll just say if that's a main it's a proxy.
Senator Iden?
I don't know.
Senator Wawa?
I actually agree with keeping it, I'm not gonna use that verb anymore, keeping it standard if, pardon? Pegging the JC pay to standing, I fully get it, that if the latter is increased, so should the former. I just think it's a very simple thought that we should make it as clear as possible, because I genuinely have this concern that this might happen in 5 or 10 years when the upcoming voting age recession makes people increase their own, something happens. Just having it pretty clear somewhere for future senates to keep that in mind, that this would also impact JC pay as well. And the latter is just I suppose, a clarification question. Why exactly could the legal code change making JC pay independent of Senate review? Why could it not be included in this bill? Would it be contravened by something else? Or is it just not the point of the legislation?
Senator Jacques?
Senator Chair. Right now, the area of the Judicial Council will assess under the umbrella of the area system of AS. So if we want to make the area of JC truly independent without any senator be able to review them, not only we have to create a separate entity or process from the area committee, and also we have to find a way to make the area automatically approved by the Senate without Senate approving it. Because right now, our area has to be recommended by the area committee and then approved by the Senate. And it seems that could be done, but that's just not the point of this trip yet.
While we're on this, before we table it, just something I was thinking of is, if anyone else would like to be involved, I'd like to explore other options, like, because I just worry that like the Senate having the authority, obviously they always have legislative authority of raising their own honoraria. That's a big conflict in my mind. And that's just where I'm at. If anyone else would like to explore that with me. No, it's right now.
I feel like I'm a contrarian to the item, and I just like that all the reason that I'm ready, I think I want to move quickly on that. So that, you know, we don't be broke for a really long time, or we don't also be super rich for a really long time. So I would actually like to be more if whosoever law is. What happened?
I'd love to explore pegging with the Senate. I'm just Senator Iden. That was all I was gonna say.
Interesting. Any motions that anyone wants to make at the moment? With regard to, today's job?
If I may make the motion, since I'm the author of the bill, like if the chair would allow me, I'd like to move to table a bill to patch AS teacher councils and the review at Senate standing committees by way.
Yeah. There's been a motion to table a bill to pay the maximum of AS Judicial Council's honoraria to Senate standing committees for 1 week. By 1 week. Is there anyone that would like to second? That's me. Senator Mulkey. Second. Second by Senator Mulkey, we are now in discussion, Senator Lankarani. Call the question. The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, it's been tabled by 1 week. Still in old business, moving into a bill to revise the GGC legal code. The first, Senator Shaw.
Senator Chair, it's just legal code updates. It's been approved. That's about up to you say. And my wholehearted appreciation to Senator Nash for joining me in bringing this legislation. Yes.
Any comments, concerns, motions? Senator Soup?
Motion to go on the bill to revise the legal code.
There's been a motion to vote on a bill to revise the GDC legal code by hand vote. If you like to do hand vote?
By hand vote.
By hand vote. Second? Senator Chaudhry?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Chaudhry. We're now in discussion. Senator Wahidullah? The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call of question?
Yes, sir.
Is there an objection to the consent? Hands up for yes. Keep your hands up really quickly. 1, 2. Keep your hands raised. Let's count again. I was really off. 1, 5, 6. Counting up here too? Yeah. I got you. Okay, okay. Nose? Senator, I didn't need to put your hand down or unless you want to know. Nose? Abstentions? Pass. Looking out of new business, can someone in the audience see if, Sean is here?
I just went out to talk with Eric.
Oh, well, that's gonna be a long conversation, don't you think? It's okay, well, we can do, we can go, yeah, let's do it. Moving into, action items. We can go start talking about the ballot language. All right. Senator.
Yeah, so almost everything, all the change made there is at the request of Utah, so we don't really have choice. The only thing, the only thing we might have choice is at certain file on carry forward. So I'll give some context. So essentially, UCOP said, no, you cannot use the carry forwards out over to other purpose than what is stated. What we can do is add the language to each individual logging fee values that basically says, upon recommendation by associated students, the chancellor may modify the fee level up to but not exceeding dollar amount quarterly fee when there is sufficient carry forward to cover projected costs. And yeah.
All right.
So I was talking with, I only found out about this, I think on like Monday, a lot of our stuff wasn't even sent to UCOP, even though we passed it on like March 5th. So including the Active Allocation Act, they never even received it. And this is kind of just this recommendation by Melissa is only based on, I believe it was a GGC change. So we're kind of like walking in the dark here. And at least my preference, like, I don't know, make it like we're making a change without actually knowing if it's approved by UCOP, because I still feel that there's an argument to be made, because the argument was that you can't put the rollover and send it unallocated because it's not a specified purpose. But this language is saying it's for a specified purpose for a capital project, like it was listed explicitly. So I don't know, I don't really feel comfortable modifying this. Like it in my mind, I don't see an issue waiting another year and having it done next. Because I would like it to be done right in my mind. It just in regards to Article 5.
Senator John.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I'm totally fine with just removing it. Because as it stands right now, if I understand the research correctly, it appears that we cannot put it unbalanced because it haven't received the approval from UCOP. Yes.
I would like a moment to go through this, because were the seat changes on here as well? Because I don't think they were, like this, our seat reallocations aren't on here as well. They were also not sent to UCOP. What I'm looking at is now, they're not even on this document.
It's not on there, and I do believe it's a problem. But if we don't pass a ballot at night or later this week by email vote, that cannot be an election next week. It has to be postponed. And yeah.
All right.
So just go one more time about this. So like when I was talking to Marissa, since a lot of these weren't sent, let me pull up our messages. I'd still like to have a discussion on these items, but I'm
here if you need to ask me questions.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind clarifying, so is there any potential for us to send these to UCOP at this point in time? Because a lot of these were passed they were passed on March 5th, and then some others were passed in an email vote. And I am a little upset that this didn't go through.
Understood. The information that I got from Caleb, you all have as well, with the valid information. And remember, we switched election chairs from Caleb to Ruby, so there was also a transition there. What I got from Caleb, I thought was everything, and it wasn't, because as I spoke with some of you, things were missing, and we had to go through and find them. The March 5th minutes were not yet available when Holly and I were scouring everything in order to put all of the stuff into the document that was going to UCOP. Yes, they got it late, and that's on me, and all I can say is I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure out elections. I just saw for the first time the reaffirmation letters electronically, because they were not passed down to me position. But the information you have, when I sent the information to our campus election commission rep, she sends it to UCOP. She said that they only review fee affirmations and reaffirmations, the new fee proposals, that they don't comment on constitutional amendments. But and that's why I sent to you, Senator Iden, the information that they provided to the GGC and the other one for the
Chief Operations Office.
it was the same feedback to both of those that I thought you could apply to the other one. It's still possible to get feedback from them. I don't know. I can't guarantee it, but they have the language. I sent it to them and I sent it to Emma. It's just a matter of waiting. And I'll push it again tomorrow and see if they can comment on it. But I think you're going to get the same language and information that is provided on these other two fee increases in the new fee proposal. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Marissa. And like, it's all right. I mean, stuff happens. Let's just try and see. I appreciate you working with us to try and amend this. Because at least from my understanding, the concept, from what I've heard from Sean, is that the amendments are sent to UCOP because that the constitutional amendments we tried during winter were approved. Unless there was a miscommunication there, but if they were approved, I would find it appropriate to just add those at this point in time, like we edited the ballot in the winter. Would you care to comment on that?
I mean, I sent them the whole thing, but from what I understand, and I can clarify with Emma, I don't directly interact with UCOP. Emma does. I don't know who commented on the constitutional amendment for the special election. I need to get feedback on that one. I'm just sharing with you what Emma shared with me, which was that they don't comment or typically review constitutional amendments, but I can ask. All I can do is ask.
Yeah, I guess I'm just opening this up to everyone else at this point. We could wait and do an email vote. If people are okay with that, but then I'm wondering if we could still amend it and pass, or if we can amend and pass the ballot in the same meeting. I don't know if Ming-Jin would be able to.
As long as the motion to amend and the motion about actually passing both reach the request voting threshold, it is acceptable. But that we will request the creation of an email vote. And to my understanding, the IVP is away for family emergencies. So I'm not sure they can create it yet.
Okay, so I guess I'm not sure if anyone would be able to reach out to the IVP at this point in time. I'm not sure if they'd even be able to respond. But also I'm thinking like we also wouldn't necessarily need to amend it in the email vote. We could just pass the ballot how we amended it, correct? Like we pass it, we could create a new version of the ballot, or do we need to amend the ballot beforehand?
That's a great idea. I would recommend you open it up, amend it, and then pass it. And if you just propose a new ballot with the changes, I'll just say I don't think anyone will challenge us to JC for it. But yeah.
Alternatively, if people are available, we could call a special meeting and do it really quickly, and that'd be like the only topic. I'm sure most people would want to, but if we meet quorum, it's fine. We do on Friday, if that works for people.
You can do it over Zoom. It's like, if it's gonna take like less than 10 minutes. Like even then, it'd either be like email vote or just like a very like that meeting.
Could we, that's another good point. Should we defer it to exec? Exec make the amendment, like we defer this to the committee, exec make the amendments and the body votes on it. After we send it back out.
Senator John?
Through the chair, yes, it said can make amendments, but out of amendment needs to be voted by the full body and the ballot itself.
All right.
I am also hesitant just to give it to exec, because I like the idea of everyone being involved, so let's just make that meeting as open as possible. If we could.
Okay. I have a question. Did you make a motion to add something under action items? Yeah, I can't find it. But what was it?
I made a motion to talk about the food bank contract proposal, or God knows how many, and
Can you make that motion again?
yes, I will most
Did
likely.
I get action?
Motion to add to the agenda under action item, food bank college proposal.
There's been a motion to add the food bank college proposal under action item. There's a second, Senator Vicky Dulas.
Second.
Second by Senator Vicky Dulas. We're now in discussion, Senator Lanfrani.
Question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection to call the question?
Consent.
There is objection to the consent. Do you want to do that? Do you want to start that?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
I think this is just,
Oh, wait, did you email it to me?
there is nothing.
Oh,
It's, but.
is it, but it's not under action item.
It came in,
Right, but this is from like that whole thing we've been all year. Okay, right.
yeah, we just have to make a motion
Right,
to give them the money, and I think the reason it was not given last time was because that money was moved because of that emergency. PSA, vote that we did.
right.
So the only thing that's different is that it's coming out of a different account now instead of unallocated, and when you correct me if I'm wrong. They asked for the college money, which is $50,000. And if you want to debate the amount, then we will put it under discussion items.
Right.
But goddamn, this project has already gotten defunded, so thank you very much for your efficiency. But you're probably in the side, though, come on.
Points of information to the Senator Ganesh. The Senator sent me the presentation from the feedback again, because we kind of need to know which accounts are we transferring the money into. And we need that to make the motion. Yeah.
Senator Ganesh.
The proposal is in the last week, and you know, that you really need to send it again.
I found it.
Did you add it to the agenda?
Yeah.
Senator Iden?
What account will we be using? Thanks, Senator.
Senator Ganesh.
That was something I was informed of by Senate leadership last week, so I would actually need Senate leadership down to that.
I don't know.
I'm supposed to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Senator.
I do.
I mean, I was told that it would be okay by mistake, but they would like bring money into the sign on unallocated, but I could be wrong. Yeah.
I know I can't teach that, I need to,
Well, there is a different state, so the hours are different too, so it's like different time zones and. Yeah. But you can try. If you have a personal.
I will attempt to contact someone on Senate leadership.
That might be easier. Maybe you could try. If you're technically processed. I can too. What do we need to know?
I can call Austin, the Senate, unallocated, since money, period.
Does Senator say no?
Oh, actually, we couldn't have. You sent it and I'll get it.
No. It's gonna be different.
$37,000.
Senator,
Sorry.
can you take a personal privilege? Can you take a personal privilege?
Girl, whatever.
Thank you. I'm Chair.
To use something designated, it would have to be.
Right. Right. Senator Iden.
So we have 37K, because also last meeting, we were talking about the possibility of just extending the partially, so we could explore that option as well, be at 37K an outline. Because I believe their proposal, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if you know, Senator Sue, it extended them into the summer. I'm trying to remember. Because we could just extend them for spring quarter.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Cause, it's about to be 10 o'clock, which means we have an hour. My words are already getting there. Which means we have an hour in this room and I don't wanna go to AS Main. Do you have an answer to this? Okay, go ahead.
It's undesignated, I don't know if that's.
We have to have a resolution.
I would actually.
Senator John.
I may suggest that's first transfer around $10,000 to that account, so the program doesn't run out of money while we prepare the resolution. 10,000 right now.
Senator Ganesh.
The proposal actually states that we need 22,000 to sustain it for 1 year. If that, if undesignated has what, 37, I think that's 37, you can give them 22.
Yeah. Commissioner, I'm not saying we shouldn't give them $22,000. That's, I'm sorry if I didn't express myself clearly. What I'm saying is that since allocating money out of undesignated require a resolution, we can first fund some 10K from since unallocated, so they won't run out of money while we prepare the resolution to move money from undesignated the full amount to them. And yeah.
Senator Singh.
I couldn't believe there was a root cause, but it's not that, it doesn't have to be that long. It's just like their advice.
I don't know. I wouldn't accept it. It's already 10 o'clock. Senator Iden.
We motion them 15K. That gets them through the rest of the quarter and some, and then we can, in the next, interrupt, we could, finalize the rest of the funding by next meeting. Is everyone okay with that?
Sorry.
Motion them 15K. We can do more if people would like, but, I would like to leave some instead unallocated, so in case people have projects towards the end of the year that they do want it, or we want to redistribute it, then we don't have to do the undesignated.
We can just transfer whatever they need right now, and then after that, it's never.
This program, I think we can make this motion. And you already have all this on your agenda, we can bounce back by the time it's done.
If you can assure that I was in it, sorry. Sorry.
Wow.
The only thing in discussion is that presentation, right? Senator Iden,
Sorry.
how long do you think that presentation will be?
For USSA?
Yeah.
I don't think, no. You don't want to do the presentation, all right, because we're not voting on the resolution?
It's maybe still.
I want to get talk like 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, you can do it. Just make it quick, Senator Ganesh.
Thank you.
Okay, moving out of that, let's go into, right. We're gonna go into reports. President's cabinet report. No. Executive director, would you like to give your, interim executive director, would you like to give your report?
All right, hello once again. I used to hold the mic, but, okay, just a couple things. We are in the street room because renovation on upstairs was supposed to start last week. It did not. It will be starting on May 1st. So we're here for no reason. But someone else got upstairs anyway. Weird how it works. So apologies. So we won't be ready. It's only supposed to take, I think, 2 weeks for them to do all the work and the sealing and everything. We've talked about elections a little bit. We're still revising some of the amendments and things, getting feedback from UCOP, who is probably still a little angry at us for the timeline that we've given them to get back to us. We've talked about USSA. The UCSA president who was here mentioned advisory boards. So I'd just like to really encourage folks to look for them because they're very poor at advertising. So it's hard to know what exists. And so like the PAC, the Police Advisory Accountability Board, met last week for like a come, see what's going on, and nobody showed up. So you'll have to like reach out. So if you're curious about things like police accountability, I encourage you to do, to Google it. Police accountability, UCSB, or whatever other kind of thing you want to see what's out there because there are openings for undergrads, grads, things like that. And even if they don't have necessarily the power, you still have much more of an insight into what's going on in your community. So I'll get to the fun thing later. Oh, one thing about bills, I wanted to bring this up last week, is that a reminder for bills in particular, what is written in the bill what matters, what is discussed here does not. So when you make a bill, be very specific, otherwise you're setting up the future Senate to be angry at you. Right? Because like, what did they mean? We can't go back and ask the senators before, like, this is vague. Like, have you looked at the legal code and gone, what does this mean? Yeah, don't be them. Like, that happened. 2005 people did that. Don't be them. Come back and go like, okay, I have to be very specific about it and not say my intent to this room because that doesn't matter. The intent needs to be in the text. So that was just advice when you're making, your bills to think about that. How is someone 5 years from now going to read this and are they going to interpret it differently? So writing bills is hard. I'm not saying this is easy. It's really easy for me to say this. I don't write bills, but I'm just giving advice for people that do. And then I think Holly can share the image that I sent. There we are. So that is the Storky mascot that we'll be getting very soon. Well, very soon being, 8 weeks or something. So yeah, I had another one which showed the person inside the outline. So if you like look through the windows where the cell towers are. But when you've already purchased it, put in the deposits, it'll be able to be checked out probably in the same manner in which we do get a photographer. I don't think we're just gonna like say, yeah, here you go, have anyone just go inside the costume. I'll probably have a person or a couple people that are like designated mascots, Storkies, whatever you want to call it. But I just thought it'd be fun to have a fun thing as part of my update on the season. So yeah, that's what's on my list. Are there any?
Will you make Storky the official mascot? Or is that a controversial question?
Well, very controversial.
Oh.
Well, no, it's so initially Public Affairs was paying for part of it. And that fell through for the budget reason, which is fine. We'll still give Public Affairs access to like the costumes so they can do their own stuff for like the official UCSB Instagram and things like that. That shows that there's a level of like acceptance of Storky because I'm sure you've been on some student affairs websites where Storky, the little AI Storky assistant is down there. Storky's appearing a lot more other places, the library, we have a lot of things versus the Mapache, which I still fully support Mapache and using that, but that has less support at the university level. Let's just check, yeah. But yeah, and I know there's been a couple people in cardboard costumes around, and I think that's part of what inspired Public Affairs to join up with us to get this going. But we think it looks exactly like our mock-up, our stickers, so.
Is there a height minimum for wearing a suit?
Good question. I think I'll have to ask when you're our media center specialist to see it. I'm sure there is. Like being an astronaut, right? You can have to be between a certain thing. Like I think an astronaut can't be above 6 feet. So there's probably something similar, but like it looks like it adjusts. So it'd really be about like your torso size, I think, more than anything, because having the arms go through and still having your head be in a spot that isn't like having a bulge in the top of the Storky thing. the tower.
Will Starkey be present at like athletic games?
Well, I'm gonna have to talk to ICA about that. Yeah, whether or not they want that. I've heard that Olay is not present a lot at the games, which is surprising because that's the whole point of having a mascot.
Right.
Like lift up the crowd. So if ICA is fine with it, then absolutely, that we could do that. Because they can't do a lot of, flips and things like that in this costume, but it could still be energizing for the crowd.
Is Public Affairs offering anything to support AS?
Well, you mean in general or in this thing in particular?
In general.
So we've had conversations with them. We haven't given them an ask. So I think if we gave them an ask, they might. Well, we've had discussions with them about social media and things too, because usually a lot of the UCSB social media is not centered on student life. And so there've been discussions about doing that a little bit more. And so like they helped promote the recent CMU disposable camera challenge thing, which is great. And that is very focused on student life and student activities. So we're having more collaborations with them, things like that. And I think you posted it and like, it's been better. And I think that we're seeing what avenues we can collaborate on. If you have something like in particular in mind, you can email me that too.
Thank you. Moving into. Is it ready? Okay, give me a second. Moving into Senate Representative reports, Senator Shaw.
Madam Chair, just a very quick update about the two cases the Senate has referred to the Judicial Council, which are the BCOhood of UCLA and the legality of the financial recommendations. The JC will hold a hearing this Friday about the financial recommendation and one next Monday for UCLA BCOhood. I will be attending those hearings and testify as a representative from the Senate, how the motion Senate passed in the last meeting. If you have any point or argument that you wish for me to present to the council, feel free to send me an email and I will relay those to the council. And yield.
I was busy doing this opportunity for
Yes, so the first one is BCO of UCLA. And the second is the legality of the financial recommendations we passed in last week's report. Yes, I'll be brief since it's time concern, but in short, the report is recommending an amendment to the current allocation policy of the association students and to offset the cost of dedicated professional staff and centralized staff towards individual units that enjoy their support.
Thank you. Senator Nash?
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda and motion on under resolution to transfer funds from AS designated to Senate and allocated for the purpose of funding this time extension program now of the ASP.
You know what to me?
Everything.
We've made a motion to amend the agenda. Add under new business a resolution to transfer funds for the AS. No, not that. Oh, okay, here we go. a resolution to transfer funds from AS undesignated fund to the Senate unallocated fund for purpose of the Senate station program now absorbed by the AS food bank. Is there a second, Senator Suk? Second by Senator Suk, we're now in discussion. Proxy. The question, yes, the question has been called. Is there an objection to call the question? Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We'll add that to, you know. Yeah. No, not this. For some reason, it's okay. Senator Sue?
Motion to vote on a resolution to transfer funds from AS undesignated fund to the Senate unallocated fund for the purpose of the sanitation program now absorbed by AS food bank.
Well, we haven't,
We have to introduce the bill. The bill needs to be.
yeah, I haven't introduced it yet. Sorry. There we go. And, oh, wait, sure. Can you, change the name of the title? That's why I was getting so confused. For some reason, but the title says a resolution to transfer funds for the AS strategic vision plan. I was so stressed, like, I don't mind looking at things. Okay, would you like to talk about it? Are you, Senator Singh?
Pretty simple.
Okay. Senator Donovan?
Two things. One, whereas clauses don't matter, but it was from the other bill on toward the end. The other thing is, I am against funding them the full 50,000, especially for a 2-year program. Because I don't think that, that's not really rewarding, like, because in my mind, I don't think the food bank's main goal should be like the snack program. It should be like full meal access. Like, this is like a Band-Aid solution to a larger problem. And I don't agree for 50K for a 2-year funding plan. Just due to like financial reasons in terms of like inflation and production costs, like this likely change. It's not gonna last 2 years. That's where I'm at. I would rather fund it partially and then look for longer term solutions where they can get this funding, because they're also going for a lock-in fee increase in this election by like 50%.
Through Chair, 2 points. First, I can say that this program will not fundamentally address the meal problem on campus, but an incremental improvement doesn't mean it's not worthy of our consideration. I do believe it's a good program with both intention, planning, and execution. Second, I think we asked its food bank why they're not using their increased lottery fee to pay for it in our last week's meeting. And the response was they already budgeted the increased amount, so they don't have it within their lottery fee yet.
The logging increase has nothing to do with this. The logging increase, if they get it, they have way different purposes. Purposes that the Senate initially wanted them, but they apparently already had a plan for. They have come again, read the proposal. They have very clearly stated this is a very effective program, very liked by students, very used by students. They have given you labor, time, vendor breakdowns. Yes, maybe with the way the economy is going, this won't last for 2 years, but that does not mean it should not last for as long as we can try. I'm just really tired of this being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. Like, if you don't want to give them the money, you can just.
Please don't speculate on my time.
Okay, well, if you don't want to give them the money, you can go on record and say, no, I don't want to fund the food bank, which is honestly one of the most public things.
Yes,
So
point
if we
of
have-
order again, please don't speculate on my time.
That's a warning. Thank you.
You can vote no if you want to vote no, you can vote yes if you want to vote yes.
Okay. Or sorry, oh no, I said it, I have to go back, go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Oh, wait. I actually called,
yield.
okay, thank you, I'll go back. Senator Marquez?
wait, did I?
No, yeah. Raise your, if you're like in this corner, raise your hand up rather than out, so
Oh.
you get it covered.
Okay, my bad.
It's okay.
Oh, what was it? Oh, yeah, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, the food bank did come in and provide a very excellent presentation showing how much snacks are being supplied to the student body and how used their services are. And it just genuinely reflects how satisfied the student body is with this program. It's probably one of the most like effective BCU programs that was like basically put into action in the school, I would say. And like Senator Lala said like a meeting ago, the responsibilities of the Senate is to make the student body happy. And I believe that defunding this program, or if this program doesn't get enough money, it's it's not a good thing. The student body is really happy with this. These snacks provide a lot for the student body. And so we should just try and push this. They've been trying to get this the money for this program for a long time. So I think we should go through with it.
Senator John.
So I have a proposal. I would like to make a motion to vote on resolution to transfer funds from the AX undesignated fund to AX Food Bank at 10:30 PM by hand vote. So basically, it just limited how long the debate can. Okay, 25. So basically, it sets a upper limits of how long the debate can go on.
Yep. Is there a second? Oh, wait, there's been a motion to vote on a resolution to fund. Okay, I'm gonna shorten it, to fund ... But at 10:25 by hand vote, seconded, Amin. We're now in discussion. Senator Goodall,
All question?
question has been called. Is there an objection to call the question?
Consent.
There's an objection to the consent? Okay, cool. Feel free to discuss further. No side conversation, if that's a personal privilege, please step outside, thank you. All right,
Would it be amenable to have the funding be 25K 1 year, 25K next year? Because as it stands right now, there's nothing stopping them from just going through it in a single year. Because in my eyes, when I look at the food bank's funding as they're one of the most funded BCUs, and when I go there, I'm a frequent user of the food bank. A lot of the times I don't feel like they're using their funding in the best way that they could in terms of services that they provide to students. A lot of the times I feel like snacks are, yes, while they are important, I want real food options. That's where I'm at. And I don't want to reward them, right? Like by giving them this all in 1 year, there's nothing stopping them from just using it the entire year if it's meant to, saying it's going to be for 2 years on the top legislation, the whereas clauses, but the actual resolutionary clauses, it's only just giving them the money.
If they already have plans put into motion, the things to acquire the things that you want them to acquire, through their fee increase. Why would why would the Senate as a body go around and instruct them to do something that is just as impactful? If it's. Senator, I need to catch your drift with mom. They already have plans to get, the Senate wanted them to get fridges, they already have plans for this. They already have plans for warm meals, they have plans for dairy, they have plans, that is none of our business right now, they are the food bank. Okay, and if they're the most funded BC, it's for a reason. It's for a reason. There's no one here who has not used the food bank. It is not only the most impactful, well, speculation. It is one of the most impactful BCUs, one of the most public BCUs. If we constantly had conversations as a Senate on how to advertise all the resources that associate students have for the student body. Food bank is one of those. Those food stations are one of those. You can always put a thing in front of those food stations, like this is funded by your student fees in associated student. I agree that with the way the economy is going, this is not going to last 2 years, but that is not a reason. Because then if you have it, then what is the guarantee that this does not run out by 6 months? And also, next, if we do the thing you're proposing, which is we give them half now, we give them half next year, it is up to next year's Senate whether to give them that money or not. And I'm not running, I can't tell you what the next year's Senate will do. This is a conversation that has been happening for over 2 quarters. 2 quarters. But it has been in motion. Their advisor has come, their coordinators have come, they've presented 3 times. They've taken the Senate's recommendation every time and come back with a stronger proposal. There's literally no reason why, and also this argument of rewarding them, there's been a lot of this type of language of financial rewardingness. That's just not a very healthy outlook at fiscal policy in general. I know this is America, I know most of you have this. Sorry, speculation, I guess. But they're doing a service, they're doing their job, they're not putting this in their pocket, dude, it's going to fund snack station. Then they're not being rewarded. I hate this language, please remove it from your vocabulary if you could. Thank you.
I would just like to really echo the sentiments of Senator Ganesh. I think, especially with the fact that like in 2022 is reported by the UC themselves that 43% of undergraduate students experience food insecurity. There's a very good reason why the food bank is one of the most like funded and utilized or AS programs within the association, I guess. And I'm not saying this to whatever, I do think that they deserve all of the funding and all of the support that they get, because food insecurity unfortunately is a big issue amongst a lot of our students. I yield.
Okay, if I'm not wrong, Senator Iden's concerns are that, the food bank won't, like, they'll use up the 50K and they won't save any for, no? Well, okay, I don't know, if I'm somewhat right, I don't see why we can't just include in like the resolution or like some sort of formal statement that, like, we will give them this money under the condition that they use it for both. I don't know, maybe I'm so not paying attention, but you know what I mean? No. Hey, like on the condition that it's used for 2 years and they are able to use not just 1 year, like 2 years. Does that make sense?
We got 1 minute. But also, I've been hearing a lot of speculation. I'm just gonna start giving out warnings. I'm too tired. I'm sorry, not warning, strikes. Senator Iden.
Okay, my last point on this is, if I give someone $100, they're gonna be much more cautious about how they're spending it. They're gonna be much more pristine on how they're spending it. If you give someone $1,000, it's a different story. That's like my belief when it comes to financial policy is start small. Something like this is it's a big project. It's a long time to fund it. There's not necessarily the necessity to fund it in its entirety at this point in time. I yield.
Nope, time to vote. Hands up for yes. On a resolution. So this would be yes to give them the full. 50,300.
Yes.
You have a point of information?
Point of information, yes. This will use transfer money from unallocated designated.
Right. So voting yes is voting to pass the resolution and to correct, okay. Hands up for yeses.
Yeah.
One. No. Abstention. Right, pass. Yay! All right. I know. Wait, we didn't do the ballot?
We didn't.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, well, let's go back to that. Wait.
Should we motion
I'm giving this 15 minutes. Oh, what?
Can we just like make a quick motion to give food bank the money? And we can work however they want to move it, and then manually stores, and then you can do your call vote, and so doing your call and coming back to food bank.
Okay. Who's gonna make the motion? Senator John?
I move to transfer. Move to transfer $50,300 from Phoenix unallocated account number 100 to AX Food Bank account number 240, subcategory 7900 special projects alphabet.
Okay, thank you. I think I did get that though, but there's been a motion to move, right? $50,300 from Senate unallocated account number 100 to AX Food Bank. Account number, I'm not sure, I'm not sure yet. But it is. Account number 240, this subsection 7900, so there's special project. Is there a second? Senator Ganesh, seconded by Senator Ganesh. We're now in discussion. Senator Whittle, the question has been called. Is there an objection to the called question? Is there an objection to the consent? Okay, we're gonna have vote. Give us a second, so. Okay. Hands up for yeah, for yes. To, move. The money. We're voting on a motion to move 50,300 from Senate unallocated to the food bank.
No.
Well, that was on the resolution. Now we're actually voting on to do the money. One. No. Abstention. It passes. Okay. Now I'm gonna go back into the special election, which we have 15 minutes. 15 minutes to talk about this. Because we're gonna go to bed at 11. Well, we're leaving at 11. Okay, spring special election ballot. We had already had started conversation about this, but this is an action item that we are at. Yeah, and this is something pretty pressing, so let's talk about it. Or make a motion. Or not. Not, I'm gonna move on. Senator Shaw?
Question to Senator items to the chair of House. The Senator elaborates on his plan what to do with the ballot yet.
Sorry.
Were we able to hear back from the vice president? Were we able to hear back from the vice president? Awesome. No. Okay. If that's the case, I'd recommend we can just pass as is. And if we have the ability to make amendments before the weekend, we make amendments before the weekend. We could do that through email, if that's where I'm at.
Just to make sure what SA means. At its aids, there is a recommendation from me and in the type of the comment to change the language in the section of carry forward. That the senator wants to keep the original language or keep the new language. Yeah.
Could I bring Shauna to the floor? Really quickly? Sure. So my stuff wasn't approved, but a lot of our amendments weren't approved. If we're to just amend that specific amendment of the act of rollover to say what we want without UCOP, because we're also saying that those don't generally go to UCOP constitutional amendments. Is that allowed?
Generally, but when it deals with funding, that's when they care. So it does deal with funding, and UCOP comments on Global Gauchos like fee increase gave me pause with that particular one because it was basically the same text. So it makes me feel like they would just say no to that part of it, at least that current wording of it in general.
With that, so the recommended change doesn't really get what I think we're trying to get at, which is like pulling the rollover. I don't really want to give the, have the chance to modify the fee, but we can already do that. Let's just strike the active allocation act at this point in time, and then it's something that'll have to be dealt with next term. Unless we find other rule, before the weekend, that's where I'm at.
Motion to open 2025 to 26 ASUSB spring election ballot language.
There's been a motion to open the 2025-2026 ASUCSB spring general election. Ballot language, is there a second? Senator Iden?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Iden, we're now in discussion. Senator Ronnie? The question is called, is there an objection to the call to question?
Second.
Is there an objection to the consent? Okay, leave open without language, Senator Iden.
Motion to strike the entirety of section 1 of constitutional amendments, AS active allocation act.
There's been a motion to strike the entirety of section 1 of section 1 AS allocation act. Is there a second? Senator Ganesh? Second. Seconded by Senator Ganesh for our discussion. Senator Sue? Is there an objection to the call to question?
Sounds.
Huh? Consent. Is there an objection to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. What was it called? Senate or active allocation act?
Just deleted it. Oh, wait, I did a recommendation. Sorry, someone needs to confirm that.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it's just section 1 of it.
What's called then? Active allocation act?
It was section 1 of constitutional amendments.
Section 1.
Of constitution, yeah.
What's the second of the motion?
Who seconded it? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Discussion items, can someone make a motion to add that portion of discussion items, the discussion item? You have to do that? I'm not sure, something. Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead. I need that portion. Senator Shaw.
Who's the owner of the document?
Marissa.
Okay, so Marissa, is it fine if we close it before she makes the change?
Yes, family ultimate motion, it's
Okay.
fine. I move to close regional election ballot language.
There's been a motion to close. AS 2025 or 2025, 2026 AS election ballot language. Is there a second? Senator Sue, second by Senator Sue for now discussion. Senator Chaudhary,
Call the question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
No.
Okay. Senator Dodd.
A motion to approve regional election ballot language as amended.
There's been a motion to approve the spring general election as amended. Is there a second? Is there a second, Senate? Oh, Senator Chaudhary,
Second.
seconded by Senator Chaudhary. We're now in discussion. Senator Wagidula,
Call the question.
the question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Okay. All right, let's just go into, appointments.
I have an addition.
Yes,
Can I motion to add Kayla Carrillo as internal director of the Transfer Student Alliance? I can put her name in the chat.
yes, please, can you do that? There's been a motion to add,
Kayla Carrillo as internal director of TSN.
What? Kayla Carrillo?
Yeah, as internal director of Transfer Student Alliance.
To add. Can someone open the chat and figure out the spelling? As what?
Internal director of Transfer Student Alliance.
Sorry. There's been a motion to add Kayla Carrillo as external director of transfer. This by Senator McClintock. Is there a second? Senator Bernison? In discussion, we're in discussion, Senator Wahidullah.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Consent.
Okay. Yeah. Senator Singh,
Motion to add to the agenda, Goshan Sachdeva as finance officer.
thank you. There's been a motion to add, what's the name? Wait, but how do you say the name?
Goshan Sachdeva.
Right. There's been a motion to add a charge to, as what position?
Finance.
Right. Okay, is anyone wants to second that, proxy?
A second.
Right. We're in discussion? Senator Chaudhary,
Call to questions.
taking notes and. The question has been called. Is there an objection to call the question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to consent? Okay, cool. Any, one wants to make any, motions to, approve anything like that in appointment? Proxy?
Sorry, this is actually unrelated, but can I make a motion to strike Senator Saw's comments about an internal investigation and witness intimidation, in addition to the fact that the idea that Leanne was not able to run because of coercion and deception, as none of that has been proven.
Yeah, you can make that motion, but can you, send it to me? So I can, or send, or give me your phone so I can see that motion, that message.
Information.
Okay, there's a point of information and a point of order. First, there's a point of information, yes.
Finally, the crossing made a motion, but that's crossing might do that after we finish to approve our minutes and our appointments. So after we do that, then you can make the motion.
Would you like to rescind the motion?
No,
Okay, right. What was your point of something?
Point of order,
Yeah, what is your point of order?
the proxy is not allowed to make a motion. It doesn't matter. According to Robert's rules of order, he is not allowed to make a motion.
Okay, what was your motion?
I motion to strike Senator Rizal's comments.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna strike Senator John's comment.
About an internal investigation in the AG's office. Accusation,
Internal what?
investigation in the AG's office. Accusations of witness intimidation. And the idea that Leanne was only not able to run because of not able to submit candidacy on time because of coercion and deception,
Okay,
as none of that has been proven.
okay, so you said,
Of our judge. Yeah.
okay, what's the point of order? And did you get a clarification on whether proxies can make motion? And a question to the Attorney General, do you know that answer? Can proxies make motions?
My belief is proxies can make motions.
Okay, right.
I have a quote.
From GPT. Hey. Yeah,
Through the chair, since the proxy states aside, Ms. Maxwell was prevented from running in the election through means of coerce, which I don't think I have said. I respectfully request the minutes to be posted to verify what I have said.
okay. So I still need that motion to, okay, what is the point of order?
So I love you, I said. If I showed you, I verify what I said.
Okay, well. Can you repeat the motion and what you done?
Comment on an internal investigation in the AG's office. Accusation of witness intimidation and concept that Leanne was not able to run on time due to this.
Okay. And what is your?
I will drop my first of order as the project amended of the language of coercion.
So if he amends it, saying that the,
So if I don't use the word coercion, I'm fine with the motion.
would you like to amend your?
I already did.
Oh, okay. I still don't have the updated motion.
I can type it.
Okay, right. It's hard to cherry, right? Yes?
Motion or can I second?
Once it's written down, you can second it.
Once it's written down, I second.
Cynthia, you had to.
Keep repeating it until, keep repeating it.
I said the agenda.
You want me to keep?
Or do you have? Can I give you access to the minutes? Okay, so is there a second to it while it gets
Yeah, I
written down?
seconded it. I said
Okay,
the motion
now
was strike
discussion.
one, but
To strike it.
Point of order.
What? Yes. You saying that it can't?
okay, so.
Okay, well, it's overruled.
Point of inquiry,
Yes.
what are you citing?
Looking at the website.
Okay, we're in discussion, someone has a question. Senator John?
Thank you, Chair. And it is with great unfortunate that the process would not allow appointments and means to be approved before making that motion. Because given the severity and the magnitude of the situation, I do intend to make my case fully completely and transparently. So if you are bear with me. First, let me go from the start of how I got access to the internal investigation by the AG's office. I have received, and I'm probably happy to show the chair to verify its authenticity. Text messages from Senator Sticky this afternoon, sending me a link containing the full report, which I have no idea how he got access to, as it is should be privileged to the Office of Attorney General. I have throughout last week and this week provided my testimony about questions the AG's office have been investigating. And through the courts, I have said the truth, full truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm happy to go on record saying it again, because it is truth. Since the start of February, and this is also a confession, I will spare the details about the AG's case. All I'm going to say is that the reason I choose to come forward with all those information is because within last week's meeting, after I made the motion to give the election about the discretion of admitting candidates, I received 2 text messages from Senator Siddiqui, and I'm willing to show that to the chair if anyone doubts its authenticity, which I quote. The first text message, it said, "Doc, the fact are you talking about? Both
Hey.
End quote. The second text message was, and quote, "There will be repercussions from what you are doing," end quote. That's the only reason I voted against my own motion, because I was intimidated. I don't care about anything to me personally. I doubt there can be anything to be done to myself. But honestly, a senator, a future president, they have a million space to screw over the double country information, and it's just not right. It's not right when senator made a motion to the best of their judgments, from their conscience, from their heart, and then they are being intimidated, vote against it, or face repercussion. So I came forward with the information I had. Through the complete text messages, testimonies, and other supporting documents. I gave it fully to the Office of Attorney General, and they made their case. It is, of course, up to the Judicial Council, relevant through administration, and higher authorities to adjudicate those allegations. But what I said is what I believe, is what I say as the truth from my side. I choose to say this words on record because I want to be responsible for those words. If any of those turns out to be untrue, I was lying, I will be on the hook for it. But I should say it on record because they are the truth. I couldn't possibly think of a reason the prosecutor would like to stretch it, because that's the perfect evidence. If I was lying, so you can just use it against me. Why are you trying to stretch it? I couldn't understand. Unless it is true. Therefore, I've asked the
Point
Senate.
of order, is this not speculation, by the way? I'm sorry. I've been listening for a while, and I believe he's been speculating on intent based on words, and the entire thing has been a large speculation. I don't mean to interrupt, and I tried my best not to, but from the beginning, he read out text messages, and then without any explicit implication whatsoever, he made up intent.
Point about it.
Intent.
Chelsea was not making a point about it.
Hey. Once we hear this proxy out, then I'll hear your point of order. Okay. Continue.
No, is this not considered speculation as well?
Is that a point of order?
I mean, I'm asking the chair, it's for the discussion of your chair.
Well, he did give the option that if someone did question the vitality of those text messages, he would show me.
It's not about the vitality of the text message, it's that regardless, he is still taking those messages and implying intent. He is taking what he says and implying intent that is not there clearly, but instead ensuring that he's deciding that for himself. I mean,
Not yet.
okay. If you would like me to explain.
Okay, that's a warning. Better draw.
Okay, that means that.
But also, would you guys like to move to ASMA?
No.
Okay, well,
I still have the floor.
you have the floor. We're about to move to ASMA because we have several things, well, not several things. We have appointments, allocation, agenda, and to approve things, and to finish. We're in discussion on the motion. Back to you.
And your chair,
Yeah.
I categorically deny all accusations that I was speculating on the intention of sensitivity or others. Without that, my feelings about when I received those text messages, those are my feelings, not what Senator speaking, not what Senator speaking was trying to do. Those are me, not him. I want to make it clear. I felt intimidated when I received the message from Senator speaking, claiming there will be repercussions from interacting with me. I was scared. I wasn't implying any intention of him. As such, I came forward and I've asked the process to play out and hold me accountable. Hold me accountable for what I said. If you strike it from the records, so you cannot hold it against me. I want it on the record so you can hold it against me, make me accountable to what I said. I yield.
I'm going to give you guys a freebie. I cannot recommend to the Senate that you guys continue. So I would highly advise you to stop.
This conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Point of inquiry, point of inquiry. Is what we're talking about related to Senate? Or is it just related to like people's beef?
Yes, it is. It's related to the Senate because it's on the minutes.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's related to this week's agenda. Would you like to rescind the motion?
Am I supposed, is that the recommendation of the AG or to end the conversation? I mean,
Well, to end the conversation, well, I don't think I'm allowed to end because there's been a motion made.
I mean,
And we're in discussion on the motion. So to end it would be to,
doable.
okay. Senator Dunsky? The question has been called. Is there an objection to the call to question?
Point of inquiry.
We're in. You rescind your call to question.
Point of inquiry. Could we read the motion one more time since it's been a minute?
Motion to strike Senator John's comment about an internal investigation in the Attorney General's office, accusations of witness intimidation, the idea that Leanne was not able to submit candidacy on time because of deception, as none of that has been proven yet. And it's been seconded, and the question has just been called. Would you like to rescind your call question, Senator Ganesh? Mind you, we have 4 minutes, and I'll be with us and doing an indefinite recess and moving us to AS main in 3 minutes. Would you like to rescind your call to question, Senator Ganesh? No? Okay. We're gonna vote to vote. Because if someone doesn't,
There was an objection to the.
right, there was an objection to the call to question, so we were moving into vote, yes, right, yeah, and they didn't. Right, hands up for yes.
Point of
To,
order.
yes,
Voting on a vote, if we vote no, do we just stop this conversation and leave?
no, then we go back in discussion,
So if we vote yes, we stop this conversation.
no,
No.
then we're back in discussion,
Yes.
yeah, right. We're in a vote to vote, if you vote yes, we're gonna go into voting on this, if you vote no, then we go into discussion. Hands up for yes to go into voting on this motion. Hands up high, please. 1. Hands up for no. Abstentions? Okay, then passed. We're back in discussion. Would you like to rescind your motion? That's how this would end the conversation. Because now we're still back in discussion. Senator Iden.
Sure, if Senator Shaw
Provides evidence on the intimidation and we vote to strike that from the minutes, is that not considered suppression?
Can you reiterate that?
If he provides evidence on the intimidation and the senator strikes his words, is that not suppression?
Suppressing who?
Suppressing.
Would you like to?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is not an investigative body.
Right.
I'm going to support, the AG's office in advising people to stop because it's better for all parties involved. This is not the duty of the Senate to investigate any of it, provide evidence or require evidence of anyone. This is not that body. Things have been said, whether they're struck or not. It's up to you. I find it a little irrelevant at this point, but I think any further discussion is just harmful to anybody here.
Am I allowed to?
I'll rescind my motion, I'll rescind my motion.
Okay. Yep, we are. Stay here, please. We're still in appointments. Senator Ganesh.
Motion to bundle and approve all appointments, resignations, other than resignations and resignations.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all appointments, removals, and resignations. There's
Second.
Senator Sue, now in discussion. Senator Lane, one question. Okay, we'll go for the one. And it was. Appointments, resignations. Wait, Raji. Or, sorry, need a bench. Yeah. Is there an objection to the call question? Is there an objection to the consent? Okay, now is it to the minutes and allocations? Senator Sue,
Motion to follow the always not.
seconded, Senator Mike Rossi. Well, is anyone wanting, Senator Ganesh? Is there an objection to the call question?
Consent.
Is there an objection to the consent? Okay. Senator, yeah.
I move to adjourn the meeting at.
Wait, no, accept the agenda.
I move to accept the agenda of today's amendments.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda, seconded by Senator Bennington. Senator Bennington, now in discussion, Senator Like hold on. The question has been called, is there an objection to call the question? Okay. Senator Ganesh.
Motion to adjourn the meeting and 2 minutes past,
Right. There's been a motion to.
Find out information, the second to accept the agenda.
And Senator Iden, would you like to second by Senator Iden in discussion? Senator Sue? Objection to the call the question, denied.
Yeah, I feel like you're saying like, honestly, thank you.
Nice.